1-1. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. Please find a seat. We will start the conference in a few minutes. Right. Hello, everybody, again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kristen, a member of the Estonian Parliament, and I will try to be the master of ceremony today. It's We have gathered here for a security conference because this is the most important, most hot topic in the world. It has been like that for the last 5 years at least. We have entered the fifth year in the full-on, full-scale war in Ukraine. The last year, of course, has provided us a lot of interesting situations all around the world. From the government change in Venezuela, the tensions in the Arctic, and most recently, new escalation in the Middle East with quite a big war in Iran. Today we will talk about freedom, we will talk about security and the future. I will now give the floor for one of the most experienced Estonian foreign policy and diplomacy experts. He's been almost a decade in the foreign ministry position, now more than a decade in the European Parliament, the most experienced person in foreign policy, definitely in Estonia, but maybe even in Europe, Mr. Vice President of the European Parliament Foreign Committee, Mr. Urmas, Paet, please, for the introductory remarks.
Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues. Thank you, Kristo, for this, introduction. And now the big question is then what next decade brings. For me personally, of course, but for all of us. And one of the ideas today is actually to discuss what this upcoming decade may bring to us. Because last decade has been really turbulent. During last decade, we have seen lots of changes in the global order. We unfortunately see that power politics is back, that big and bigger countries, including permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, are trying to change the world order, which actually started clearly 12 years ago when Russia attacked Ukraine and also started hybrid war against all Europe. During last year, we also have seen unfortunate turbulence in the relations between the US and the European allies. So that all in all, of course, taking into account Estonia's geopolitical position, we have to be very careful. We have to be very wise, analyzing the situation and, of course, making right steps. And also the aim of our today's conference here is also to assist ourselves to make these rightful steps so that as outcome of the present turbulence will not be too damaging for Europe. And of course, Estonia can also have our own contribution to increase stability once again here in Europe. Well, thank you very much. We have lots of knowledgeable and very good speakers today, so that stay with us. Once again, thank you for coming, and I guess we proceed with the Liberal Forum. We have representative of the European Liberal Forum with us today, also assisting to organize this conference, but Kristo, you already know, then will introduce what happens next. Once again, thank you for coming. Enjoy the day.
Thank you so much, Urmas. Thank you, Urmas, for these introductory remarks. As Urmas already mentioned, he's a very wise man. This conference is organized by the Liberalism Academy of Estonia and sponsored by European Liberal Forum. And for the welcoming remarks from the European Liberal Forum, I would like to give the floor for Alva Finn, please.
Good morning. For those who don't know who the European Liberal Forum are, we are the think tank of the ALDE party. And our motto is Own the Future. So I'm really happy and honoured to welcome you all to Tallinn for this important gathering, because we're really standing at a significant crossroads. I won't repeat what everybody has already said, but we are facing pressure externally from the Russian regime on our own borders, war in the Middle East, the changing dynamics with the transatlantic relationship. So for me, the world is reminding us that peace and stability take constant stewardship. The challenges of our era are no longer normal military interface. We are facing hybrid warfare that manifests in our digital networks, our information ecosystems, and also challenge our democratic institutions. And yet this is precisely why we're here today. Even if it's a challenging environment, I think that liberal leadership is still vital. And in Estonia, you are a powerful testament to that leadership, actually. I think as a nation that understands the price of freedom, you have been really fortifying not just your own resilience, but European resilience against the threats that we're facing. We see that Estonian liberal leadership in several visionary leaders, Kaja Kallas, also Prime Minister Michal. Your commitment to continuing to shape the European security architecture is truly visionary. There are not many, I think, places in Europe where you fully agree that we need to come together and really reinvest in security. I would like to also extend our special thanks to the Academy of Liberalism. This is the second time we're hosting this event here, and your cooperation to fostering this kind of European dialogue is really, I think, important in this current moment. So while the situation in Europe is difficult, and there are profound reasons for optimism, I think, when you have this type of gathering, all coming together, not just politicians, but also innovators in the industry in such a place like Tallinn. We are really reinforcing the alliances that keep us free here today. I also want to ask you, those in the crowd, to really engage. We don't want just panels. We want to hear from you, because I think that the voice of Europeans is also important in reinventing how we're doing our security and defence at this important time. So as we say, own the future, please engage, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Alva, for these good words, and definitely keep that in mind, that engage in these panels that will be on the day. And now, to give this day a dawn, to give an example what has Estonia in these tough times done, I would like to welcome a man who is actually a reserve officer. So he knows a bit what it is to do to defend his country. Is a man who was one of the leaders in pushing NATO to have a 5% GDP to defense. It's the Estonian Prime Minister, Mr. Kristen Michal, for the opening speech of the panel. Please.
So, hope this works. Dear friends, dear partners, I am very pleased to welcome here today. We have left the era where security issues could be dealt by tweeting out various shades of concern. This is a fact for the foreseeable future. Security cannot be taken for granted. Estonia and Europe must be ready to act at the right time. This means investing in defense capabilities and in people's sense of security now. No ifs, no buts. Estonia is well on its way. We decided to raise our defense spending to 5% of GDP even before NATO reached a common agreement on this. From 2026 to this is the floor for our core defense spending. Defense-related investments comes on top of this. And this shows Estonia's approach. We make our decisions when the situation demands it. We make no excuses for taking responsibility for our own and shared security. However, budget largesse alone cannot deliver if there's no supply. This has been a recurrent frustration in our efforts to support Ukraine's resistance against aggression. In the West, we have not been able to ramp up defense production while conflicts deplete the stocks. This is why I see defense industrial investment and localization as a priority in Estonia. The role of the government is clear: to help to make the necessary decisions more quickly and not to act as a hindrance. For instance, we are investing in industrial parks with infra tailored for defense production. The uptake with firm investment commitments from international and local industry has been keen. Additionally, leading global defense producers from South Korea and the United States have announced intention to set up in Estonia in the past few weeks for both production and equipment servicing. We are supporting defense investments by speeding up planning, permits, and procedures. Legislative changes have been implemented to this end. Alongside security, this approach has clear benefits for our economy. The defense industry has the potential to be one of the next growth engines for Estonia. This means new high-skilled jobs, more exports, at the same time strengthening both our defense capabilities and the economy. Security in the new era increasingly relies on technology, innovation, and speed. That is why future readiness and innovation are also crucial. We must make sure that advanced technologies can be implemented quickly, and Estonia is not just a follower, but a trendsetter. Our defense companies are already producing AI-supported solutions that are battle-tested and highly regarded in Ukraine. I have recently set out Reform's party vision for Estonia's future. Become the innovation leader in Europe by 2035. This applies also to defense and security. Across the board, implementation of AI-supported defense capabilities and systems will be our force multiplier for significantly increased defense and deterrence posture. And just on the side note, we should be asking today what it will be that AI is developing rapidly. As in a movie about robots, you should ask the right questions to get to the answers. Will it mean better defense, offense, new capabilities, and so on? As we know, AI is already used in operations in hot zones. So the question gives a lot to think about. But Estonia is not building its security alone. Our strength lies in our excellent alliances. Estonia hosts our allies from the United Kingdom, United States, and France, three nuclear powers whose presence here is a clear sign of deterrence, trust, and collective defense. This year, Estonia also holds the chairmanship of North Baltic Cooperation, NB8. The shared security interests of our region have become closely aligned, which is represented by awareness of our geopolitical location and unwavering support for the Ukraine. We see our responsibility in amplifying the voice of our regional allies. I believe that the conference title, Freedom, Security and Future, sets out principles we need to hold together. We cannot pick one without the rest. We must be able to protect our people, build capabilities, and at the same time look ahead with confidence. As a European frontier country, we feel firsthand that giving families a sense of security for the future, a business' a stable outlook for investment and growth, needs a robust approach to defense and security. This ensures a better future for the country as a whole. So, my message today is simple. Estonia is a country that dares to make decisions, can act swiftly, and sees the defense industry not as only a security necessity, but also as a major opportunity for economic growth. We are also digitally advanced and capable to create new capabilities on digital and AI field. Estonia has strong private sector companies for that. Hopefully, we can pave the way for innovation that will increase security, stability, and freedom, in a world where it's needed so badly. Strong defense, a modern industry, and working alliances together mean a strong and united Europe for our people. So, let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Michal, for this opening speech. A lot of good points for the day that we can discuss in the next hours or so. And now, before we move on to the first panel, another keynote from the Vice President of the European Parliament's Foreign Committee, Mr. Urmas Paet, will give his idea about Estonians' choices in this great powers confrontational world. So how a small country like Estonia can be competitive and find new alliances and be safe. Please, Urmas, the floor is yours.
So, hi again. First, I'd like to say that my monologue here in front of you has nothing to do with AI. Here are my ideas. Old, good, classical way. No AI at this very moment of time. But anyway, I will have now monologue, and after the monologue, we're going to switch into the dialogue so that there will be more people in front of you than just me and Prime Minister, so that it's not going to be so that we just switch each other. So there will be more people to come. But well, I'd like to start with a description where we actually are. Unfortunate reality is that big authoritarian and even totalitarian countries are making stronger and stronger cooperation. Be it Russia, be it China, well, recently also Iran, North Korea, and some others. And to balance this pressure from authoritarian regimes, which actually don't care much about human rights, they don't care much about international law, to balance it, obvious is that also free societies, democracies, have to stick together. And that's why, of course, the relationship between the US, Europe, and some other democratic countries in the world, it is absolutely crucial. But unfortunately, during last year, we have seen changes in the US administration. We have also seen big turbulence in relations between US and Europe. And of course, China, Russia, some others enjoy this situation. Russia attacked Ukraine not 4 years ago. Russia attacked Ukraine 12 years ago. So the war in Europe, the war in Ukraine started already more than a decade ago. And why Russia decided to attack militarily Ukraine was very simple. The reason was that, of course, Russia wants to keep most of its neighborhood under its direct political, economic, security control. Even if we look at the Russian foreign policy documents, then it's obvious. They describe there that, well, one of the main goals of Russian foreign policy should be to maintain their direct influence and control over former Soviet Union countries. So that 2014, the calculation of Russia was that West is weak, West will not react, and then they can do with Ukraine what they want to bring Ukraine back under direct Moscow's control. Unfortunately, at that time, Russia was still more or less correct in this evaluation because the reactions of West after 2014 were weak. We should recall that even Nord Stream 2 was built after 2014. But still, Russia didn't manage to achieve its goals, so 2022, they launched new massive attack, a new wave of war against Ukraine, which is still there. Plus, there is, of course, also hybrid war against Europe. First time in history, Russian-Finnish border is fully closed. And it was the reaction of part of hybrid war because, as we all know, Russia used pure illegal immigrants, human beings, to push over Finnish, it also means EU border, and to create problems in the European countries. But the same pattern, unfortunately, is still ongoing. It is ongoing via Belarus against Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, so that this is still there. But there are also many other elements of hybrid war. Russia showed a few months ago that, well, they basically are able to close, I would say, one of the most important airports in Europe, Brussels Airport, the capital city for the EU and NATO, because of, well, Russian drones. Few evenings, Brussels Airport was fully closed. The same happened in Munich, the same happened in Oslo, the same happened in many other European cities. Of course, murders, fires, attacks against our infrastructure, this hybrid war elements also, for instance, cyber attacks and so on, all this is happening every day. China. China is more and more influential in the world. If you look from economic point of view, then there are 192 countries in the UN, and out of them, 132 have their biggest and most influential business partner, economic partner, trade partner, but also investment partner, China. So the Chinese global influence is still growing, but it's already huge. Some analysts say that from military point of view, China already is very close to capabilities of the US. Also, the Russian war against Ukraine, well, of course, China says that they are sort of neutral. They are not, in this sense, supporting this war. But if you look at the facts, then, of course, part of the trade with Russia also has equipment which Russia is using against Ukraine. And if I would say that if China really would like to end this war in Europe, this Russia's war, then of course China would have rather big tools also to influence Russia to stop the war. But the reality is different. The reality is that, for instance, China is calling itself like a near Arctic country these days because of, well, doing full cooperation with Russia in Arctic area, where also, of course, the scope has changed dramatically during last around 10 years. US, I guess the present administration of the United States crossed red lines, especially when they started to attack verbally Greenland and Denmark. So the threats against other NATO ally, other democratic countries, Denmark, and also Europe as such, I guess this has been during last year the most serious point which pushed European and US relations into heavy turbulence. And also, of course, there is very dangerous lack of trust at this stage, which unfortunately we also see now when the events in Iran and around Iran are ongoing. I would say that today the reluctance of many European countries to assist the US, they are basically still in this Greenland issue. Of course, also the present operation was in this sense problematic, that allies were not consulted, allies were not informed, and of course this is not adding to the level of trust. But of course the reality is that now the war is there, the global influence is there if you look at the oil and gas prices and influence on economy. So it means that, of course, if we really like to see that NATO survives, then I would say that although the emotional background is really bad, but still I think that US allies in the NATO in Europe should rethink and still offer at least some assistance for this operation. Because sometimes I also hear sort of a little bit schizophrenic statements that on the one hand, some European leaders say that it is very good, that the Ayatollahs are not there anymore because they repressed Iranian society for 47 years, but the attack against Iran is against international law. Well, if you look closer, then of course, without this attack, Ayatollahs would be there still and anyway. And secondly, if we think where today is United Nations with its Security Council, then I would argue that today it is fully impossible to get any approval from the UN and UN Security Council to any possible international intervention, well, in some country or against some country, as it used to be maybe a decade or two ago. Because it's obvious that UN Security Council today is completely unfunctional. They veto each other there on any issue. So that in this sense, of course, also in front of us here in Estonia is the big question mark. Of course, in political theory and from, well, values point of view, it's obvious that the international law should be there, that the rules should be there. But how to implement all of this in the situation where UN Security Council, I would say, is not functional anymore? So that is there anyone who thinks that if, for instance, US or Israel or any other country, would go to UN to ask permission to bomb Iran, that the answer would be positive? No way. So that in this regard, I guess, very big practical question, also front of European governments is that, well, in theory, we all are in agreement about the importance of international law. But how, under present circumstances, to implement it? If there is a real threat arising here or there, be it dictator repressing its own people or be it country who builds nuclear bomb. So that's why I think that also the present war against Iran should also raise much bigger and basic questions. How we, in this sense, proceed from this point when we, on the one hand, all agree that the repressions in Iran have been awful, that there is risk for nuclear bomb, but at the same time there is no functioning international mechanism how to limit it. And it brings me to the next issue where we see that the power game in the world actually has returned to the place we were like 50 or 40 years ago. And this is the issue of nuclear weapons. I guess to be very, in this sense, blunt, if Ukraine would have a nuclear weapon and would it not give away 1994, I would argue that Russia would never attack Ukraine. Also today we see there is war against Iran with all these arguments, but there is no war against North Korea, although the regime in North Korea is not better than the regime in Iran. But the issue is that, well, North Korea already has most probably a nuclear weapon. So that if you look at Europe and European, well, security environment, then of course there is crucial issue that Europe has to be able to protect and defend itself. The only, well, problem is that if you look at NATO today, then 70% of NATO, more or less, is still United States. 30 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union and Cold War, most of European countries didn't do anything, or at least enough, if you look at defense spending and defense investments. If I compare then from 2000 to 2020, the defense spending of China increased by 800%, in Russia 400%, in Europe 20%. So it means that even if now all European countries start adequately to invest into defense, it will take still as minimum as 10 years to be on the needed level, to be able to defend and protect, well, ourselves here in Europe. So it means that our dependency, what concerns security and defense from US, is anyway there. We still have also dependency in energy and energy security. We were dependent on Russia, although everybody knew that this is a problem. But still, well, cheap Russian gas is flowing in, and then nobody actually wanted to change the situation. Now there is no more dependency in Europe from Russian gas, although we still have few countries who have it. But in common picture, it's not a problem anymore with Russia, but now we're creating new energy dependencies from other third countries from outside Europe. So that this is another very crucial issue, how finally we will have adequate level of interconnections inside Europe for energy, how we will increase the production of energy here in Europe, and so on, so that there are still, I would say, unanswered issues. Because I see that one of the problems today in Europe we also face is that the political leadership of Europe as such is rather weak. We have big countries who are facing their own huge domestic political problems, like France, more and more also Germany, issues in the European Commission. But to have, strong political, strategic view, but also implementation, we need strong political leadership in Europe, which means that the European Commission has to be strong. They should strongly cooperate with at least with bigger European countries like France, like Germany, like few others. But my subjective view is that it's not the case today. Even, well, liberal French government managed to vote against Mercosur agreement. What is for liberals issue number one, or one of those, is free trade. And what I saw in the European Parliament was that all French MEPs from all political groups had unique consensus among themselves to vote against huge and very important free trade agreement with Mercosur. So we see that certain populistic domestic issues cover big European interests and big European views. And this is today for Europe clear and increasing problem. Well, I have on this paper lots of other issues, like enlargement, but this is other long and rather sad story. I will stop here with my happy note. And as I promised, we will switch from the monologue into the dialogue. You want to come to the stage and tell us who will be participants of our next phase of dialogue?
I would like to.
Come here, please.
Please, I would kindly ask you to find a seat somewhere on the table, on the chairs.
You're very kind. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
please. The best seat for you. Try to find one. Super. If I try to pack Urmas's remarks into one sentence, we live in a very interesting time. And the next panel will try to then discuss how to survive in this very interesting time where we have a geopolitical crisis, a different geopolitical crisis every day.
My expectation, of course, is that this next panel will give the answers and solutions
Yes,
to all the global problems we face at the moment.
exactly. After the next hour, everything will be resolved and peace will be
With us.
For a very long time. Yes. I would like to ask to the stage one of the most influential people in Brussels, the Chief of Staff of High Representative Madam Kallas, Ms. Vivian Loonela. Please.
And she is also the former member of the Council of Nõmme. So that in this sense, she has also deep roots locally, yes. Which is also important.
A multi-level understanding of the world. For the UK perspective, I would ask to the stage a high diplomat from the UK Embassy in Tallinn, Ifi Agbola, please.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
And a realist in foreign policy, the chairman of the Estonian Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Marko Mihkelson, please.
Meeldiv siiski. Okay, let's proceed with good people with the dialogue. So well, you may agree or disagree what I just said in my monologue, but the fact is that we are living in turbulent times. So that maybe starting with the chairman of our Foreign Affairs Committee in our parliament. Lots of people were happy that 31 members of the Estonian parliament supported clearly US and Israeli war against Iran. But if I calculate, it means that 70 people in the parliament didn't support it. Where we are with Estonia at the moment, if we look at the present conflict, at the present war with global influence, of course, lots of our European allies are very negative. Some of them still are hesitant. Nobody really knows what will be the outcome of this war, where US and Israel plan to stop. So that, Marko,
yeah,
where Estonia is in this situation.
Thank you, Urmas. Very good morning to all of you. It's a nice topic, actually, Shitstorm. We are in the middle of it, and we don't know what is the outcome. But outcome rather than when we will win and they will lose. That is for sure. But to your question, 31 out of 101, it's pretty good numbers, actually, because they are reflecting membership, actual membership of those parliamentary groups. I guess what was very significant in January when we adopted resolution on Iran to support Iranian people, then there was absolute consensus. More than 80 MPs voted for that, where we argued that that horrible situation, what we all witnessed at the end of last year, beginning this year, where more than 30,000 people were slaughtered, and the world didn't even move. You know, we just, how many demonstrations we saw in London or some other places, then we think what happened after Israel attacked Gaza. Anyway, I think what is going on right now is a global war. We don't know yet, is it a World War III or not, but definitely this is what is going on, is something what will change completely the world order. And we see, unfortunately, that what is started in the Middle East, not at the end of February this year, but on October 7th, 2023. I called it that. That was the real turning point. Then the destabilization of the Middle East started. And it wasn't Israel who started it. It was Iran, it was probably Russia, who backed Hamas to attack Israel in a way that reaction to that was unavoidable. And here we are. This is second front, what is going on in the Middle East of a bigger global war. The one, what you excellently described, started in Europe, perhaps not in 2014, but in 2008. I think Russia started a war against Europe in 2008. In August, when they attacked Georgia, occupied 1/5 of territory within 5 days, and didn't face basically not a single serious sort of counterbalance from Europe, from the West. And that allowed them to aggressively plan war against Ukraine already, and plus, of course, to invade in a way into the civil war of Syria, to be present in North Africa, to push us out from Mali, Niger, Nigeria, and other places. So they have been rather successful. And if we ask today, have we done enough? No, we haven't done enough. We even don't realize what is going on. If you look what our leaders, talk about, then we still talk about a world which doesn't exist anymore. And I think Vivian sees it daily, how difficult it is to build this consensus behind real action, what is badly needed. And my last point, I think if we want to come out as winners from this global shitstorm, then we have to act and really project our force right now into the fight for a better world. And the number one key issue is we cannot stay anymore as bystanders when Ukrainians fight for us. This is absolutely most important right now, that we have to recalculate our support to Ukraine. And that is not only that sending what we can send, but we have to be ready to put together humanitarian military mission and move into Ukraine.
Well, of course, everything is linked to everything, so that there is no sort of independent story of Iran. Of course, there is direct link also to the European security and also to the war in Ukraine, because it's also clear that Iran has supported Russia during all these years, also in the war against Ukraine. It means also against Europe. But well, coming from External Action Service, Chef de Cabinet of High, I stress that High, representative of the Foreign Affairs, Kaja Kallas, Vivian Loonela. Well, what you do? Is your proposal that European allies should now support US in attacks in the war against Iran, or what European countries should do at this stage?
Thank you very much, Urmas. Pleasure to be here, and certainly couldn't be a timelier discussion about what to do. And I would like to underline do, because indeed we are, as Marco was already referring to, it's since 2008 that we are discussing things. We have done a lot in support of Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough in changing still this place. When it comes to Iran, we had the European Council last Thursday in Brussels, and I think the clarity of it was that...
But phone calls from some guys around the table already went to Lavrov, or not? What you exactly discussed there?
Well, you had Foreign Minister Sierto even was in Moscow to meet with Lavrov and Putin a few days before. So these are also the parameters with which we have to operate in. But I think the consequences of the current war in the Gulf are very strongly felt in Europe. And it's not only about our own economic and security situation, but it will sooner or later come down to how much of the equipment goes to the Gulf, who of course have endless pockets, or how much of it goes to Ukraine. So it's very much in our interest to make sure, in the European interest, it's very clear that it is how do we make sure that this war ends the earliest possible with the best possible outcome for us. And the best possible outcome for us would of course be a situation where Iran no longer is a threat to the region, a threat to Europe, as we've seen with their missile program, which is double the much than what they had told us that they are doing. and the intense cooperation with Russia. Now, how to get there? And I think here it's the lesson that Europe is learning. We know already what to do, but we're still not there, which is in order to be a geopolitical power, you have to actually have the power. And for that, Prime Minister alluded to it in his remarks, we need European defense industry. I think that is the one lesson when we take to the war in Russia's war in Ukraine. We look at the current the situation in the Gulf. It is that we need to have capabilities in Europe that actually allow us then to take decisions, to influence the processes. If we don't have that, we're not there. And now we're in the 5th year of the whole-scale war in Ukraine, and we have sped up some of our defense industry, but not all. So that's one. And on this one, I think, again, the leaders last week when they met in Brussels, they said, yes, we need to do more, but we need to turn that into action. And that will be, for the year to come, the biggest thing to deliver. The other part of it is that we have, I think, especially here in Estonia, we've identified very well what is existential for us. Russia's war in Ukraine is existential for us. Now, I'm not in the position that Marco is to go as far as you did in what we need to do about it, but it is clear that we need to be able to support Ukraine with everything that we have, and every European leader, with the exception of one so far, has said we will do everything what it takes. And we're still on that track. Yes, there are sometimes you have to take another route to get there, but I'm convinced that we will get the 90 billion financing done, we will move on enlargement, but for that we need to find those innovative solutions sometimes, because we are, as you said, in a position where you have one member state which goes and reports. We're in a different situation by now. And for that, first we also see what can Estonia do better, because in Estonia it's so clear that this is our existential situation. Us, of course, we have a lot of the solutions to come with. So it puts us into good position, I think. And then third part, what you were, Urmas, referring to in your speech about the changed world and how do we operate in a place of international law, rules-based order, so on. Us, the Europeans, are the ones who've gained the most from rules as such. It has actually allowed us to be a much bigger player also globally than we are by our military or defense posture. But for that, we need some sort of a system to continue. And what is clear is that now over the past year, because let us be clear, it's only been a year of this changed situation for us when it comes to global understanding of power, then the interest from all the partners globally to work with Europe is so much bigger than before. And I think that is because we are the reliable partner. Yes, it takes more time, and it's sometimes can be quite cumbersome the way our decision making works, but it's credible, and that is something that that countries around the world value quite a lot.
Well, one of the big problems we have at the moment is that European Union was not designed to make decisions during crisis times. Consensus everywhere. You need consensus to support Ukraine, you need consensus to influence Russia to stop the war, to need consensus here and there. But this consensus is not working, as we know very well. It used to be Orban's Hungary, then in some issues Fico's Slovakia, and now also even new Czech government is also in the line. When we look at the frozen Russian assets, then Belgium, was against. Now we hear Belgian Prime Minister says that, well, we should, quickly stop the war in Ukraine so we can return to the cheap Russian energy sources. Well, under all these understandings and circumstances last year, the idea of coalition of willing was there, even few meetings. But now, for me, it seems that it's also not, developing. Rather, from practical point of view, I actually see that the only way out is coalition of willing. That countries from the EU and also non-EU countries who really want to stick to our common values, to stick to the international law, to assist Ukraine, it means ourselves, to influence Russia to stop the war. In this regard, we have to work together. And I'm still very sad that UK left the European Union, and now you see what is the outcome. So that how you see Mrs. Ifi Agbola from British embassy, basically means British government.
Yes.
How you see this potential for coalition of willing in Europe, so that UK also can be directly engaged together with, I would like to see most of EU member states, plus also, of course, regional aspect.
Yes.
Because if we look at the developments in Europe, then I rather see that more and more important will also be the regional cooperation. And here, of course, from our Estonian point of view, Nordic cooperation plus UK would be very relevant. How you would, evaluate these issues from UK's perspective?
So, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. I'm sort of looking around the room and wondering what I'm doing here exactly. But I also want to caveat my sort of intervention. So I'm here from the British Embassy, not that I'm representing the British government, but I'm a civil servant. So I will say my lines will be along the lines of the government. So going back to the question around coalition of the willing, we absolutely agree that this is a core partnership that we need to push forward. And I think most people on this panel, most people in the room will know that our Prime Minister has been super proactive in the coalition, specific coalition of the willing for Ukraine. And therefore, we need to continue down that route. We have supported the push for greater defense spending. We continue to push for made with Europe rather than made in Europe. We want to see this partnership grow, whether it's through the coalition of the willing or whether it's through other forms, whether it's GEF, which we are part of, whether it's the Nordic Baltic 8, which we sometimes partner with, plus. And we also think that this is the way forward. So when we go back to the topic, how do we survive in this geopolitical in this geopolitical crisis?
I also don't like this word, so that we're on the same page
with you. In the geopolitical crisis, I think it's about diversifying some of these partnerships. And so where we see that we can't move forward because you need consensus in the EU or you need, a vote in the Security Council and so on, we need to look for different ways, agile ways of moving forward. And the Coalition of the Willing is one forum that I think is working. Yes, we can go we can go faster, we can do more, but I think that these types of diversified partnerships is the way forward. It is the way forward because we need to work out. I think one of the things that we can all agree on is that the era of we need to be strategically realistic. So I'm glad that everybody has recognized that where we are now seems to be the new reality and that we can't just, build a tent around our old ideologies and sit there. We need to think about what we are experiencing, the types of crises that we're experiencing seem to be the new baseline. And so back to your question, new coalitions, building these coalitions with those who have similar values, similar objectives is the way forward. And so I definitely agree that the coalition of the will. I don't agree that it's sort of maybe taken a back seat. So most recently, I think we are still seeing those meetings happening and agreements happening, including for Ukraine, or most importantly for Ukraine at this point.
UK is also one of the few permanent members in the UN Security Council who has to take care that there is peace in the world, that there are rules, there is international law still existing and so on. How you would solve the issue that, well, of course, we know that, as I said also in my monologue, that the Security Council, unfortunately, is not fulfilling its duties these days because everyone is blocking, everyone. But the same conflict we have at the moment with Iran. On the one hand, also most of European governments say that, the regime was and is awful in Iran, people suffered locally, nuclear program is danger, but at the same time, many of European governments are not approving US and Israeli unilateral attacks because they say that it goes against the international law. As member of the permanent member of Security Council, how you see that today at all would be possible in this sense to secure international law. For instance, against a regime like the same Iran or North Korea, which is clearly violating all possible international rules and human rights. My subjective understanding is that to get mandate to intervene into these societies is today impossible. So that in this sense, international law exists, yes, in theory, but in practice, to implement something is impossible. In this situation, what would be your recommendation how to handle all those awful regimes which kill their own people, which are a clear threat to the international community, for instance, because of nuclear programs or something else? What to do then when theory is perfect, but simply it's not well functioning?
So I think there are two answers. The long-term solution is a reform of the Security Council. I think we support that. What that will look like, I can't say, but that would be the long-term solution. The short to medium-term solution, I'm not going to talk too deeply about it, but I just want to use two words that you've used. On one hand, you talked about unilateral intervention, and before that, you talked about coalition. That's the solution, as far as I see it.
So that if there would be US plus few other countries, it would be okay?
I'm not an international lawyer, but the difference is between something being unilateral and something being a coalition.
Okay. Thank you for your views. But Marko Mihkelson, from Estonia's point of view...
I propose reform of UN Security Council.
Good, but we have, I guess everybody in the world has discussed Security Council reform for the last 40 years. Sure. And I think that they will discuss it for another 40 years as minimum. But
may I?
You may, of course, but try also to answer to the same question. When we have this conflict, international law and rules in theory and practice?
As we know, for the most important ally of us, Mr. President Trump, there is no international law what limits his action, only his morality, as he said in an interview to New York Times. But anyway, I think that the problem is that we will not solve the problem with United Nations Security Council without defeating those who want to destroy our world. The number one question is Russia must be defeated in this war, what they launched against Europe in full scale in 2022. Full stop. There's no need to create illusions that there is kind of possibility to talk us out from this situation. Massive war is going on, and Ukrainians who are in this room as well know better than anybody of us what is at stake. And I think that if as soon as we realize, and this is where I argue that exactly the coalition of willing or coalition of winning is something what is really badly needed today. I see that we are stuck somewhere thinking that, oh, maybe we need this coalition after the war to put together some kind of security guarantees for Ukraine. But I argue that that is too late, because maybe we don't have Ukraine anymore. Because what we see right now, Russia is not interested at all in any kind of peace solution, because they think that militarily, with heavy losses and everything, they can move on. And now they, of course, they are very happy to see what is happening in the Middle East. So we are distracted. We don't know. Where is our strategy, actually? So this is why I argue that we have to really be sober at the moment, not to make any mistakes or kind of think that this war will not reach us, that Ukraine is still far away. It's kind of not Europe, it's not kind of EU, it's not NATO. Yeah, if Russia will not dare to attack NATO. No, I don't think that. They are today that much afraid of Europe. This is why critically important is to keep alliance together with United States and others, all democracies around the world, because You didn't mention yet Taiwan, what might happen there in that part of the world. And of course us. I think that we have to be very clear that we are getting closer. Every single day, we're getting closer to that moment where Russia might use force against NATO, because we have not yet projected our force against them, supporting Ukraine, because we have done it still there are half measures only. Even as you mentioned, Vivian, also how difficult it is to create consensus behind a very simple question, how to use those frozen assets. You know, it's logical. We have to put them into use right now, send them to Ukraine for help to defeat Russia. Also 90 billion euros. It takes a hell of a lot of time, and that, if we want to change the reality, the only thing is that those countries who understand what is at stake must not only stick together, but act now.
Well, yes, I fully agree that the coalition of willing is more or less the only tool at this stage, so that Kristen, Michal, please push this coalition of willing also into action. Vivian, if I make the parallel with the European Council, 27 member states, and for instance with the Estonian government, how many ministers you have? 14 there, something like this, yeah? And if you would imagine that there is Estonian government cabinet meeting, they speak about very important security issues. And then cabinet meeting ends and one of the ministers goes and calls to Russians what exactly Estonian cabinet was discussing and deciding about very important security issues. I guess we all can imagine what's going to happen with these cabinet ministers. But in the European Council, well, basically the same is happening. 27 council members, prime ministers, presidents are discussing very sensitive, important security issues, and then one guy goes and calls to Moscow, and nothing happens. And next time they do the same. And not just do the same, but also implementing the will of Moscow, blocking all the rest of 26 countries to do what they want. I guess with all common sense, we can understand that this cannot last. So what is the proposal of High Representative to stop this nonsense?
Thank you. That's a great question. But of course, the difference between the government and the European Council is that the government is one. The European Council
is also one,
with
the president.
Acting as one,
even.
With a president who is there to chair the meetings, with a president who is there to find ways of working and coming out with solutions, but he's not, let's say, he's not the one who is the boss as the prime minister is for the ministers. And that's a fundamental difference. The European Union is not, it is not even a confederation, far from being a federation. So it is an intra-governmental,
we know all of it. We know all of it.
There are many
the question was
what to do about
how to stop this nonsense.
And I think this is the question where everybody around has to come together and say enough is enough. Are we there? We will see. For the moment, we're all waiting for the Hungarian elections on the 12th of April. And that is something which is, it's in a few weeks' time. The polls are looking very different than before. There have been many statements done by many in support and not so much in support of the current government. Of course, when you read the Treaty of the European Union, it also refers to sincere cooperation. And we are now in a situation where we have the negotiations ongoing with a lot of countries from the Western Balkans, from Ukraine, from Moldova, who want to become members of the European Union. And the very precondition of it is that they align themselves to our common foreign and security policy, that they align themselves to our rule of law.
You mean like Serbia?
Like Serbia, which is, I think there are many issues there, and that's perhaps it used to be the biggest issue. I don't think it anymore is the biggest issue for Serbia when it comes to their alignment with the CFSP. But this has been discussed already when we know that every 7 years we have in the European Union the decision on the multi-annual financial framework, the budget for the European Union. In the last time, for the first time, the issue of conditionality was included. Because in the end, European Union, what does it mean for member states? It's now that we learn that it's a major security provider for us. It's mainly also something for the common market, for the help through cohesion funds, agriculture funds, so on. So there's this conditionality mechanism, which means that in the case of Hungary that you were referring to, they have a number of European funds which are frozen. They can't use them. There's no access to them. And I think you were referring to international law so many times before. The basic principle of international law is pacta sunt servanda. When you enter an agreement, you aim to honor it. And here we are in a completely new situation where you have a member of the European Union where there are questions arising, are they there to fulfill their own treaty when they became members? Are they really in a position where they are looking at all the European Union treaties and saying, yes, we apply all of them? But this is something for which I agree. It is for the European Council, because those things, you can have the best lawyers in the world who can come out with the best solutions. In the end, it is fundamentally a political discussion which has to be taken at the highest level. So I'm very sure that when we will have, I think Prime Minister, of course, was there on Thursday, and from my understanding is that the discussion was much different than before when it comes to the blockage of something which had been agreed already in December when we speak of 90 billion. So there will be for sure at the next informal European Council in the end of April a new debate around that.
Mm-hmm. But I know that it is long story and complicated, but what I actually, and I know that I'm not alone, want to see is that there is strong initiative also from the Commission. Why not also from the External Action Service together with Commission, plus of course at least some member state, to launch the change of the treaties? Because if we even don't, start with this, it's for sure nothing will happen. Maybe Orban wins again, then we say that, well, let's sit another 4 years and maybe next elections make change in Hungary. But I don't think we have this another 4 years in the same limbo what we witnessed so far. So that I guess that at least the strong start to change the existing good times rules should be there. Otherwise, it is never-ending story. And I guess that EU is not getting stronger, from this situation.
I think that's the difference between, how is it, that where you sit, a lot of what you stand for depends on where you sit in. The difficulty with these rules are that just as we are now governed by the unanimity rule, in order to change those rules, it's still unanimity. You need to have everyone agreeing to change the rules. So this is something, of course, we can be as innovative as we want, and then it comes in the talk about the different coalitions of the willing and so on. But we also have to, we are in a situation where we have to follow the same rules that we have set in place, which makes it more complicated. But as someone we know well in Tallinn said also, that you shouldn't waste a good crisis. When, if not now?
Mm. True, because also we didn't speak much about the European enlargement issues, but it's also obvious that with given circumstances there will be no real enlargement. Because if you look at the rules, then, well, I guess the honest answer would be that for Ukraine and some other countries, it would be much more honest immediately start to seek some other mechanisms, how to keep them closer. Because if you look at classical enlargement, I don't see any chance that it will happen under existing rules, plus all this political reality inside the EU. Ukraine was declared as candidate country almost 2 years ago already. But even the accession talks didn't start because of the blockage, once again, from Hungary and I have my suspicious feeling that some other countries as well. So that in this sense, it's also, again, very dangerous trend if we give from the EU side empty promises and slogans to Ukraine, but also other candidate countries, also from Western Balkans, where the situation in some countries is still rather fragile. So that I guess that the EU has to be much more honest also proposing some much more realistic views how to keep those countries in this sense closer and not just this empty, well, never fulfilling promises.
I think on this one, if I may still come in, we have to explain also to all our partners in the European Union how much the situation has changed. We always like to sit in Brussels and think, yes, all these countries, they want to become members of the European Union, with some exceptions. But it's how lucky we are. But especially when we look at what has been happening in the Gulf over the past 3 weeks, we very much need Ukraine on our side. Because when you see the
I guess in
actions,
audience you have no question mark on this. So.
But I think that is something that we have to also, when going around the different capitals of Europe, this understanding that when we look at this new way of waging war, the only one who has the capability to do it so that it's cost effective in the months and years to come is Ukraine, with their capabilities on the drone interception, the way to wage a drone war, the way to innovate into defense industry, which is actually, well, not profitable, but which is sustainable from the point of view that it can go on for longer. That's Ukraine, and we very much need them.
The country who is managing resisting Russia 12 years. Mm-hmm. When some political leaders 4 years ago said that, well, we should not intervene because it's finished with 3 days. Mm. And they're still active in politics in some countries. Pardon. Well, back to the UK and hard security. Because we have in Europe 2 countries which have nuclear arms, you and France. How you see, is there any change from your perspective to the role of nuclear armament these days in global security scenery?
Is there any change?
Yes. For instance, example.
Yes.
Iran is now under attacks.
Yes.
Because one of the reasons was that they maybe can get otherwise nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
North Korea did it. Yeah. No one attacked North Korea. Why it is so? And also, if we look to the future, then even here in our friendly and peaceful Sweden, people are discussing maybe Sweden should have nuclear bomb, because it's obvious that countries who have nuclear arms are most probably not attacked by others. So that this is the background of my question. How you see the role of nuclear arms these days under all those changes we see in the global arena, and are you in the UK also, well, able and ready to share your nuclear military capability to other European nations?
So, if I answer the question, I think you're asking is, should we change our nuclear posture because North Korea hasn't been attacked and Iran has?
Plus that we see that Russia unilaterally is having war in Europe, is attacking other countries. Mm-hmm. We also see that there is increasing risk of China attacking Taiwan, and so on and so on. So that it's not only about North Korea and Iran. They are example why I would say Iran was attacked and North Korea not. Because one most probably has the nuclear arm, another not. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, big UN Security Council countries, are attacking others. And we all see what is the security scenery here in Europe. So that in this regard, I think my feeling is that also with nuclear armament, the situation is not the same as it maybe the thinking used to be during last decades.
So the UK hasn't changed its posture on that. It won't change its posture on that. And I don't think we should be proposing that because some states have chosen to maybe not work within the international framework, that the rest of us should.
Okay,
yeah.
but if, for instance, your good ally, country X in Europe,
Yes.
asks, please, London, can you share your nuclear arms so that some of it will be on our territory? What would be the answer?
I can't answer that. I think that as we have been clear to all within the NATO framework at the moment, we have been clear about what is available for the alliance. Outside that, I can't comment. But I'm also going back to the sort of maybe the underlining premise of your question, which is that because maybe some countries are not conforming to international law, then the rest of us should not conform to international law. I think we'll be treading on dangerous grounds that way. And on the question of why Iran was attacked and North Korea wasn't, I think you're going to have to ask the people who attacked.
You mean call to Trump?
The countries who attacked
Okay.
Iran and haven't attacked North Korea will be best placed to answer that question. But surely the rest of us should not sort of throw away. We talked about the fact that yes, international law, the norms are maybe changing, the parameters are changing, but that does not mean that the rest of us should not follow international law.
Okay.
The world will become a much dangerous place, much more dangerous than it is.
Well noted. But do you see that in NATO we have at the moment some problem related to trust level?
Absolutely, we do. We have a problem related to trust level, and that's a dangerous problem because one of the things that the erosion of trust does is that it not only fractures your current relationships, it makes it impossible for you to build future relationships because you can't trust the word of those who, or your previous partners or your previous allies. So we do have a trust issue, but the idea is not to exacerbate that and to try and de-escalate as best as we can. And I mean that even within the NATO context, we need to try and de-escalate, continue to work together, because as far as we remain in an alliance, we need to work as an alliance.
But as at the moment, one NATO ally asks for support of other NATO allies
Yes.
on the Hormuz Strait
Yes.
issue.
Yes.
What other allies should do?
I think other allies have already said what they will do.
Some of them said no way.
Yeah, I
But
think
this
that's
is
within
not a NATO idea. NATO idea, as we all know, is that one for all for one.
in a defensive capacity. It's a
Yes.
defensive alliance.
Yes.
Yes.
But if there is nuclear threat, it is sort of defensive.
Again, I'm not an international lawyer.
It's not even legal issue. It is.
I think it is.
I guess
think
it's
it
also
is.
very much political one.
As it is, yes, but it's also a legal issue. I think those who are arguing, we have the constant argument about was this a defensive attack, was it a preemptive attack? As far as the UK government see it, we will provide support as it relates to a defence of the alliance or of our own national interest or of our friends. Defensive. That's the UK position.
Okay. Marko, how you see the perspective of NATO at this stage?
I'm still optimistic.
But continuing the same discussion we just had, our good UK representative, at the moment...
I understand you're in difficult position, of course, to speak freely. But I think what is really defensive in this kind of situation is that in our task is to keep international navigation free and open. And that is, of course, there are obvious reasons why we are right now in this situation we are. But when you think about Strait of Taiwan, then Malacca Strait or Red Sea or now Hormuz, there are a number of places where those who would like to destroy our world order, and they are in action, they can do it. And if we will not pose act together right now, we show that deterrence doesn't work. They think that, oh, it's doable, easy. With few drones, we can damage the current system. And what is really dramatic right now to see what's happening in the Middle East, how little we have learned from Ukraine. Almost nothing. Please tell me one country in the world besides Ukraine who can handle this kind of warfare, as we see, of course, right now in Ukraine, but also in the Middle East. Then we learn that almost daily, the Iranians, they are capable to fire around 100, 200 drones each single day. And they are rather successful in a way to deplete our stocks and to make us weaker, and to show that actually there is no overwhelming might what can change the situation. So its situation is rather fragile for NATO as well. But I think, speaking as Estonian and from Estonia, what kind of alternatives we have when it comes first to real deterrence for Russians. As I said earlier, they don't believe that Europe can put together not the force to fight against them, but political will. This is exactly what they dramatically invest in every single country today, from Hungary to, name it, to make us divided from within, politically very weak in terms to project the force, what is needed to be trustful for kind of deterrence could be something what they take seriously. And unless, my argument is, I repeat it third time today, and that this kind of, it is critical. If we don't defeat Russia in their war of aggression, we will have much tougher times within NATO or on borders of NATO. Because they will not stop. And if somebody believes that Russia is able to be talked to the peace, that person doesn't know history. That person don't care about security. And I argue that this is a critical moment. We lose every day if we think about illusionary peace, which is not reachable without projecting real force against Russia.
Well, we have still 16 minutes, and I'd like to... No, sit peacefully.
I have in 6 minutes, my committee will start the
First
work.
things first,
and they
Marko.
cannot start without me, so it's,
But you have deputy. You should delegate more. You should trust people,
My deputy is Mr. Mart Helme, and I am not sure that he is ready
Give
to
him a
take over
chance,
at the moment. So it's, if you allow me to, in 2 minutes, to
Okay,
to
then
run.
next round of questions, I will start with you.
Okay.
I'm liberal in this sense, as you see. But well, actually, I exactly wanted now to come back and to have our final part of our discussion dedicated to Russia and Ukraine. So that during last month, we have seen bilateral talks between US and Russia. I personally don't know much what exactly they discussed about, what they reached during their discussions. But it seems now that during last weeks there have been no more talks, at least talks about what the world knows. I guess part of the reason is also what is ongoing in Middle East and Iran. We have heard also, well, criticism, but also questions in Europe. Why Europe is not engaged? Where should Europe be in this kind of talks which US and Russia so far have had, mainly bilaterally? So that one of the questions is that, Marko, how you see this kind of diplomacy or talks to solve the issue? And second is still, I guess, that people more and more are asking how this awful war will end.
Okay, I will start with my very quick story from 1995. February 1995, Urmas, we worked, I guess, together in newspaper Postimees. I worked that time in Moscow. as a Moscow correspondent, and I covered also First Chechen War. And in February '95, I met President Tudayev in Chechnya, where they fought against Russian federal forces. They wanted to become at least autonomous region within Russia, if not independent state. And he told me that if we are going to fail, if Russians will defeat us, these wars will last for next 50 years, meaning these imperial wars. He said next will be Georgia, then Crimea, Ukraine, Baltic states, Poland, and maybe some parts of Europe as well. So where are we now, 30 years later, after trying to appease Russia? We didn't, we meaning Western world didn't pay at all attention what really happened, what kind of tragedy happened in Chechnya during first and second part of the wars. We didn't pay serious attention why Russia attacked Georgia, even tried to blame Georgians that they were very kind of provocative to defend their own territory and nation. And then in Ukraine, as you mentioned, in 2014 as well. So it's European nations mostly were behind Minsk agreements. Normandy process was where there was a kind of hope that political process will lead us to the kind of solution. Constant repeating that there is no military solution, there is no military solution. And since 2014 till 2022, there were more than 22 ceasefires agreed between Russia and Ukraine. And longest one lasted 2 weeks. So what else we need? Not to forget Budapest Memorandum and all those promises which were given by nuclear states to Ukraine. That, if you give up your nuclear weapons, and that was the most stupid thing to do, of course. Now we all are smart enough to say that, unfortunately. But did we go and help them? No, we even haven't done it yet properly, as I said. And then again and again we go into that crazy illusion that those war criminals, you can solve the issue with negotiations. How come? You have to finally stand up and say what is right thing to do now. And our saviors are Ukrainians. And they fight every single day. I got last night a letter from one of my friends who fighting close to Kharkiv. Just a few days back, I sent that Estonians are standing with you, till victory. And the letter said that, this winter was extremely tough. We are very, very, very tired, but not defeated, and we will win this war. And this is something what should be behind of our kind of strategy of victory, winning strategy, rather than to hope that there are kind of ways we can make a deal with war criminals. War criminals must be brought to the tribunal and charged for what they have done against the peace, against the world. That is the only way. And this is why I have to go now to Foreign Affairs Committee to
tell them the same.
This is our daily mission. It's like Estonian foreign policy is like missionary work.
But anyway, Marko, thank you for coming, for participating, and best wishes to your colleagues in the Foreign Affairs Committee. You should make only wise decisions. But Vivian, actually the same question. How much you, as the, I would say, rather well-informed people in the External Action Service, you really know what Americans and Russians have talked and are talking about in their bilaterals? What is at all the channel of communication, how you get this information? Is it sort of official one, or is it through your spies over there, or how it works?
Thank you, Urmas.
Welcome.
Well, in the intimacy of this room and the
just
broadcast.
Us, just us.
Well, I would first want to come back on Marko's point.
Very clever.
He said on that we haven't done enough on the support of Ukraine. I think that's part of it also. We have to take a step back. We can always do more, but we have to be quite clear And the Ukrainians are in that as well. They are the ones who are fighting the war, but they are doing that because they have the support of Europe. We have paid them over the past 4 years in military support, in financial support, in direct budget support, almost 200 billion euros. This is what is keeping Ukraine going financially, so that they, in their bravery and in their way they've organized themselves, can continue with this war. We also have to see that it's on the front line, it's going better than it did for a long time. February was the first month since July 2023. It's more than 2 years and a half that Ukraine took back the most territories since July 23. So that is happening without much being spoken about it because there's so many other things. And we see also how the Russians react. In addition, when it gets harder for them on the front line, they start even more vehemently to attack the energy infrastructure, the civilian population. Now, when it comes to these negotiations, all throughout the war, Russia and Ukraine have had military-to-military talks on exchange of prisoners, on very concrete topics. Now we've had, over the past year, a lot of push from the Americans to engage in realer talks. In reality, what has come is the outcome of it is that it's still the only things which have so far delivered are the talks on the exchange of prisoners. That has been happening, and also when you had the last Abu Dhabi talks, that was the outcome of it. You had more exchange of prisoners. In parallel, there have been, of course, these preparations, what the Europeans have been involved in, the prosperity package, what can we offer to Ukraine as economic support after the war is over, the coalition of the willing, what is our part in security guarantees, and all that somehow is also our contribution in addition to subsidizing or helping Ukraine wage the war, making sure that they are in a position to wage the war. And that all matters. Let's go back to, was it last October when the 28-point plan first surfaced? We then had a Foreign Affairs Council immediately where High Representative Kallas came out and said, we don't have a 28-point plan, we don't need it. We have a 2-point plan. Point 1, support Ukraine. Point 2, put pressure on Russia. And this is what we are following.
Okay, if one day war will end, because in the history all wars usually in final and end, although the longest one like 100 years. I really hope that this is not the case. But if the war ends, but in Moscow, well, there is still the same Putin's regime who committed war crimes, all other type of crimes in Ukraine, attacked through hybrid elements Europe and so on and so on. What kind of relationship European democracies should have with Putin's regime in Moscow after Ukrainian war is over? Yes.
That's if a Russia with Putin, a Russia post-Putin is still a Russia on our continent, there has to be a level of engagement. That's the truth. If I go back to the original question around peace, it has to be peace as Ukraine determines it. What does peace look like for Ukraine? And I think that we need, Marco mentioned something about appeasement, and I think we need to look at those two things. Are there peace talks or are we appeasing? And those two things are different, and I think that is important going forward to recognize that if you're trying to bring the end to conflict, you should make sure that you are not appeasing the aggressor. Now, how you engage with an aggressor post the aggression, there has to be a level of engagement. But what that looks like, I think we can't predict until we find ourselves in that scenario. I imagine that post a victory for Ukraine, Putin will not look like what he looks like, or his power would have been diminished quite considerably. And so therefore, how you engage with a Putin of those in that scenario will be different from how you engage with him now. So I don't want to speculate, but I do think that on the question of peace, it should be peace as Ukraine determines peace to be. And I do want to say something back to the original topic, how do you survive in a geopolitical crisis, is I think we can take so many lessons from Ukraine. The power of it, the ability to be agile, I think is something that we must take from Ukraine. And it should be, what lessons have we identified and what lessons have we learned? Those are two different things. I think we identify loads and loads of lessons, but we don't learn very many. And so what I would like to take away from here, what I hope everybody takes away from here, is that we need to learn the lessons of agility from Ukraine. And I will end my intervention not as a diplomat.
Very good.
But just a thing that I heard very recently. I think we all heard. We talk about peace, we talk about engagement. As Carney said in Davos, if you're not at the table, you're most likely on the menu.
Well noted, yes, Vivian. Okay, why I was asking this last question is that actually I have heard from many of my colleagues that yes, when the Ukrainian war is over, we should quickly start to, re-engage with Russia because we have so many issues which have been frozen now, but we need again Russia here and there and so on. Even the Belgian Prime Minister a few days ago said that, well, we still need cheap Russian energy and so on. But the parallel is that I always then ask my colleagues or contra-ask, would you imagine that if after Second World War, okay, Nazi Germany lost the war, but if the Hitler's regime would survive, can you imagine that you go back or would go back as business as usual with Hitler's regime after Second World War? And then the answer is rather a big silence. I see here parallels. So that in this sense, for me, at least personally, it's very disturbing to hear here and there among very high-level European politicians about this, that, well, yes, war is sort of concrete thing, it ends, and then we're back to the business, whoever, rules Russia. Yeah. I guess that this approach is also rather dangerous, especially we have ICC procedure already ongoing about all those atrocities and war crimes happened in Ukraine. So, time is over. Vivian, last word. How all the rest 26 EU member states, including European Commission External Action Service, guarantee Estonia's security? With one sentence.
By helping Ukraine win this war.
Great. Dear audience, friends, colleagues, thank you very much that you were with us. Thank you, good panelists, for your great ideas and outspoken language. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Urmas, and the panelists for a very insightful conversation. Now we have a very important part of the day, and it's a coffee break. And we will come back here for 12 o'clock when we will have a video greeting from the Defense Minister of Ukraine, Minister Fedorov, and then a dialogue between the Estonian and Swedish defense ministers. So please enjoy the coffee break and let's be back here at 12 o'clock. 1-1. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please, I would kindly ask you to find a seat again, and we will start shortly with the second part of our conference. So please come to the front, find a seat, and shortly we will start. Dear guests, in the panel before the coffee break, we had a very good insight from Ifi Agbula, the UK embassy diplomat, for the answer how to survive in a geopolitical crisis. And she said that we should find inspiration from a country that is not surviving in a geopolitical crisis, but is surviving in a war. And that is, of course, Ukraine, which has, for the last 15 years and for the last 5 years, been in a full-scale war, but still is agile enough to totally implement new ways of modern warfare, and every day finds new ways to be a little bit more smarter, faster, cheaper than all of the other competitors. And to start the second part of our conference, we have a special video greeting from the Defense Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Fedorov. So please, now we will see his video greeting.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. First and foremost, I would like to thank Estonia, Sweden, and all Nordic and Baltic countries for their strong and consistent support of Ukraine. We highly value our partnership in training military personnel, transferring critically important weapons, and supporting key projects, including Pearl. We are especially grateful for the decision to provide support to Ukraine at the level of 0.25% of GDP annually, as well as for your co-leadership in the IT coalition. We see that our partnership is effective, and we are committed to strengthening it further by creating additional value through our cooperation. Every day, Ukrainians think about one thing: when the war will end. We seek peace more than anyone. President Zelensky, the negotiating team, and our diplomats are working every day to bring it closer. At the same time, Russia continues the war because it believes it can break us through force and resources. That is why the president has set a clear task for the Ministry of Defense team, alongside diplomacy, to strengthen our defense in order to compel the enemy to peace. To achieve this, we have identified 3 key objectives: close the sky, stop the enemy on land, at sea, and in cyberspace, deprive Russia of the economic resources needed to wage war. We understand how to achieve these goals. We also understand that the key to doing so lies in building win-win partnerships with each of you. During the Ramstein format meeting in February, we presented a list of specific initiatives that we consider priorities. These include strengthening defense capabilities, particularly the development of radar coverage and electronic warfare capabilities. They also include projects aimed at restoring control over our territories and achieving strategic advantage, such as equipping brigades with a basic level of drones. We are committed to creating value for every partner, not only receiving support but also contributing to our shared security. Together with our partners, we can build one of the world's strongest hubs for data exchange, analytics, and the development of AI solutions for next-generation warfare. We are already providing partners with access to train AI models based on real battlefield data effectively for the first time in the world. Today, international partners have a strong demand for such data to develop and modernize defense technologies. For us, this is the next step in advancing win-win cooperation. Partners gain the ability to train their AI models on real-world data from modern warfare, while Ukraine accelerates the development of autonomous systems and delivers new technological solutions to the front lines. Ukraine's experience is unique. Even now, we can play an important role in shaping the future security architecture of the democratic world. Our military experts have practical, battlefield-tested knowledge, including in effectively countering Shahed-type drones. Today, our teams are already working in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, and are preparing to deploy to Kuwait. We are also engaging with several other countries, and relevant agreements have already been reached. We are capable of producing at least 2,000 effective combat-proven interceptor systems per day. This is an experience that can be valuable for our partners. We are ready to expand such formats of cooperation with all reliable partners, from practical collaboration in the field of drones to the formation of future alliances. We count on your continued support for Ukraine. At the same time, we offer more than just cooperation. We are ready to build, together with you, a new model of security in which Ukraine is not only a recipient of assistance, but a full-fledged contributor. Together, we can create one of the strongest and most innovative security systems in the world. Thank you. Slava Ukraini!
As always, everything that comes from Ukraine is superbly done and with a very clear message. We don't only give you lessons to learn, but we offer a cooperation to become stronger than ever and stronger as democracies. But now we would move on to two defense ministers. And two defense ministers in person, I would kindly ask to the stage the defense minister of Sweden, Minister Pål Jonson. And the defense minister of Estonia, Mr. Hanno Pevkur. So our next dialogue has a very simple topic. Security starts with strategy, but we have talked today already that in this very turbulent world where all the time you have crisis, it's very hard to have a clear strategy because you have to adapt all the time. And before talking about our region, before talking about Ukraine, we have to talk about the most hot topic in security and defense world. And it's, of course, the ongoing Gulf War that has, it's in the 24th day of the war in the Gulf region. We are far from it from a geographical perspective. But I would start from Minister Jonson. What kind of effect do you see the ongoing Iran-US war for our region? And what are the spillover effects that could affect us and are already affecting us in Sweden, Europe, and Estonia? Please, Minister.
Well, I think you nailed it yourself by calling the most hot war. It's not the most hot war for us. Our commitment to continuing supporting Ukraine is unchanged and unwavering. So we will. This is the principal objective of our foreign policy, is to continue supporting Ukraine, and we will continue doing that. Now, what we do take note of is that media attention is, of course, gravitating away towards the Middle East. Political broadband is being affected, of course. I'm thinking particularly about the possibilities for the negotiations going on now. We all want to, no one wants to have a peace more than the Ukrainians, but it has to be a fair and enduring peace as well, and sustainable peace. And I worry that the political broadband is affected by it. Of course, some military assets and capabilities might be affected. We just did cold response, and there was a strong US commitment to that. But I'm thinking particularly when it comes to the PAL packages might be affected. There's billions of US dollars in PAL packages for these forthcoming years. But We particularly want to invest in the Pearl packages when it comes to PAC-3s and handling the interceptors for handling ballistic missiles, and that might be affected also due to the war in Iran and connected to Iran. Just to be crystal clear, we strongly condemn Iran's attack on the countries in the Middle East, and we are certainly very critical to that. But and I think that the third, fourth factor is, of course, how it's going to affect oil and gas prices. Of course, Europe is very dependent on predominantly gas coming out of the Hormuz Strait, and oil prices have certainly gone up, and that's important for the Russian war economy. It's very important that we keep on having heavy sanctions on Russia, so it doesn't have the ability to financially reconstitute itself now. So that would be a few of my reflections on how this war affects our vicinity and also the war in Ukraine.
Minister Pevkur, you were last week in Washington, D.C., so you definitely have the most up-to-date info and intel. What is U.S. thinking about? Do they have a long-term strategy in trying to back Iran together or end this war quickly? Or do you have the mindset that they also don't know actually what to do the next day? What will become of the situation in the Gulf area tomorrow?
Yes, well, it's good to continue where Paul stopped. Yes, it's not only the question also for Americans. It's not only the question of the military engagement in Iran, but it's also the question of the free trade. It's the question of the freedom of navigation and sailing. And this is why it's more, and also the question to the insurance companies. It's also the question of the shipping companies. So it's much more broader issue than just a military question. So this is why this has an impact to all of us, to every customer. And one of the topics also has to be raised is the prices of the fertilizers. So the agriculture season is starting not only here in Estonia, but also in the United States and everywhere in Europe. So that means that when the fertilizers will be more expensive, then we'll have a clear, this will have a clear impact also to the food prices, etc. So it's much broader issue than just a military conflict. Now coming to the United States and their position. So I also asked there last week in Washington that what should be the end state? What do you want to achieve? So first, as it is also for the Israelis, to reduce or to end the Iran nuclear program, to reduce or to end the capability and capacity for Iran to produce strategical missiles, ballistical missiles, all that program. Third objective is to reduce or see less terrorism in the world, and of course with that comes also the change of the regime. Then it's very nice, but obviously this is the most difficult part, to change the regime. It has not been very successful in Afghanistan, and we have to understand that these wars, what we see in Ukraine, what is still the most important for us, and what is happening in Iran, these wars are totally different. One is where you have basically political and economical interest, and the other one is basically the war based on religious or religion, and especially from the Iran perspective. So this is a bit difficult for maybe also US to achieve all the goals what they've set. Will it be long? My feeling and then the answers I got from Washington was that rather not. It's rather the question of weeks, not months. I can also understand that, because this is not only topic in US White House agenda. They want to get the peace in Ukraine done as quickly as possible. For two reasons. First, the Ankara summit is approaching, NATO summit is approaching. They want to show the results. But secondly, what is more important is the domestic situation. And domestically, the midterm elections are approaching, which means that it's not very good to White House to have that long war ongoing. And the third topic, or the third reason to end it quickly, is that they have still also on their very high priority list Cuba. So the sanctions on Cuba and restricting every trade and reducing every trade with Cuba is not being enough to change the situation also in Cuba. So we cannot exclude the possibility that US will have some actions also in Cuba. So then you have Cuba, Iran, Ukraine, midterm elections, food prices in US, the oil prices in US. So White House has a lot to be concerned of.
Mr. Johnson said very smartly that the Iranian military conflict is taking away attention from the bandwidth of all of these defense diplomats and ministries all around the world. And we know for us, the most hottest war is still the Ukrainian war. We know that is the existential for the European continent. What should Europe and our countries do more to keep the attention on Ukraine? To say that, yeah, we had Venezuela, we have now the Iranian military conflict. Hannes mentioned also the possible Cuban situation coming to the headline news probably in the next year or so. What should we do to still say that, yes, those are conflicts around the world, but the most important thing to focus from a security defense perspective for us is the Ukrainian victory?
Stay focused and put our money where our mouth is, I think is absolutely crucial. We have to remember the strategic objective, and the stakes are enormous. What's going to happen in Ukraine, and supporting Ukraine is an investment into our own security. Make sure that we have burden sharing also within the alliance when it comes to supporting Ukraine, so we don't become a multi-tier alliance on Ukraine support as well, because now it's being carried on the back of too few states. I am encouraged, of course, that with the EU loans as well, but let's make sure that happens. That's absolutely, I would claim, absolutely vital for the Ukrainian military capability, because we know they have a strong defense industrial base that they can absorb those assets very, very quickly. So continue supporting them and strategic on how we communicate, and focused on showing that this is the outcome of this war is going to have an impact for a generation in Europe as well. I think that is, and our strategy is of course twofold. One is to maximize our military support to Ukraine. We increased it for every year that's passed, and then maximum pressure on the Russians, doing everything we can on the shadow fleet and on the sanction regime and so forth. So that's to contain, contrast, and constrain Russia. I think those would be my advice.
Hanno, what are your practical thoughts about to keep the attention on Ukraine?
Well, what I said also in Washington and later in the Miami Security Forum, that we have to understand that, yes, for some regions, Ukraine war is not the most important war what is ongoing, but still, not only from the European perspective, but also from the transatlantic relations perspective, it is important to keep the focus on Ukraine, because every other dictator in the world is looking very closely at the moment what is happening in Ukraine, what is the end result of that. So will it be a new normality that the big one can just go to the neighbor and not even knocking the door, but just kicking the door off and stepping in with a gun and saying, hey, this is now my territory. So this is why I would say that all this defines definitely the security and the let's say defense architecture in our neighborhood here and also in the world. But on the other hand, what we have to understand that when Ukraine will not get the best conditions for the peace negotiations, then all the Western effort, what has been put into that, is also nullified, or it's not so effective anymore. So and obviously, this has been the main goal of Russia all the time, putting aside the military aspect, but strategically, Russia has always wanted to dismantle NATO, to put cracks, or let's say that to divide Western countries. They've been quite successful. What is happening, for instance, at the moment in Hungary. So we see that, and we've heard news that they were planning to have a fake assassination on Orban to have better result during the elections. So we see that for Russia there are no limits in the toolbox, and this is strategically a huge problem for all of us. That when Russia has no limitations in the toolbox, and they are free to test everything against their neighbors, and with that also to dismantle the unity of the Western coalition, then this is something we really need to take care of. And these were also my messages, not only in Washington but also to the media. And this maybe brings the bell ringing in our brain that we need to keep pushing, helping Ukraine as much as we can.
Yeah, and debunk some of the Russian narrative around the war. I think it's important when the Ukrainians has been rather successful during the last 2 months as well. I think in both in January and February, the Russians really didn't reach their recruitment figures. They had taken more losses than they'd be able to recruit. The Russian economy has a lot of problem right now, both in regards to inflation and potential banking crisis as well. So when they do have challenges, we should also call that out as well. So to make sure that there's no narrative around that Russia is 3 meters high and that it has a great success so far. Russia has not been successful in this war. Yes, Russia certainly has the initiative and they're pressing along most of the contact lines, so to speak. But no major cities has exchanged in Mariupol and so forth. And our job and our duty is to make sure that we can continue supporting the Ukrainians so they can hold the ground in that way. And when they are successful, such as in around Zaporizhia, we should also call it out as well. So debunking the Russian narrative around the war, I think, is important, and also to go, like Anna did, to go to the US and also explain these matters, I think is very important.
And just one more sentence regarding the information campaigns. So we see how active they are, now how they came out also with this Narva Republic and etc. So, and I had to answer to these questions also in the United States. Although that's basically a fake news. So it's a very small group, but they were able to present this as something which is very big. And now I had to answer also to the US media that, hey, what about the Narva Republic? So come on, don't talk about it. So the more you talk about it, the more attention they will get. So this informational part is like extremely important. How we can also bring, and also what Paul mentioned, that that the Russian soldier is not 3 meters tall, and etc. That when we can also fight with the fake news and when we can fight with information, then this is extremely important. How to keep the unity and how to bring also Americans to continuously support also Ukraine.
Yeah. But a simple question to end this topic: has Russia gained from this Iranian military conflict at the moment?
Oh, absolutely. So just take the numbers. So roughly $150 million daily, what comes more into the Russian budget because of the oil prices. So they've calculated this year's budget on the level of $40-50 per barrel. So when it's now 100, so then that makes roughly $150 million daily. So this is 1 billion weekly, and this will not to go the cover of to cover the deficit of the Russian economy, but they will put that all into the war, and obviously Russia is the first one who will advise Iran to continue the blockage of the Straits of Hormuz, so because they are benefiting from this the most.
Yeah, a year ago, Russians were more dependent on Iranian arms deliveries than they are now. Now they do licensed production inside Russia of the Shahed 136, of the ballistic missiles and the cruise missiles. They're not as dependent any longer. The jury's still out of what's going to happen in Iran. Of course, potentially they have a risk of losing an important ally for them, just as they did in Syria, and they did also in Venezuela. But so far, the oil price is really important for the Russian economy. It's going to take time for them to financially recover, so this demands a high oil price over a long time for them to really recuperate. But right now, I would say they're on balance. They won more than they lost for sure. Then if I would be sitting in Tehran, I'd probably question myself how good and effective is it to have Russia as an ally, because as far as I understand, the Russians hasn't been delivering a lot of arms to the Iranian side, but and of course Russia also has connections with other of the GCC countries. So I think they're balancing quite a lot of what they're doing. But right now, of course, this so far has been working in Russia's advantage rather than disadvantage.
But we need to share also the information, from our side regarding Russia. The banking system is in a really difficult situation. The economy is struggling. In December, they lost 35,000 troops on the battlefield. In January, they lost 30,000 troops on the battlefield. February was the first month after the Kharkiv counteroffensive, when Ukraine gained more territory than Russia. So Russia is not doing well.
No.
But somehow everybody is saying that, they are so mighty, and then we need to be talking to them in order to have good relations, or we need to make some compromises. Well, it's up for the Ukrainians if they are ready to make compromises. But so far, when we keep that support to Ukrainians, then we see that actually it has an effect.
Unfortunately, Russia is very good at lying and persistent lying. And unfortunately, that lie travels around the world pretty fast. Let's put the Iranian military conflict to the side and let's jump into our region. The Baltic Sea has had a lot of hybrid activities in the last years. We have seen cable gutting, we have still a big ongoing shadow fleet presence here, and also some incidents with the shadow fleet. But we have boosted our presence here with NATO exercises, NATO missions, and also our own presences here, more vocal and more consistent. But as Hanno, you mentioned, Russia, he chooses all of the tools. He's very agile in bringing new tools to the table regarding hybrid warfare. What more could we expect from Russia in the Baltic Sea region, or have we done enough as an alliance, as regional partners, that there isn't anything to do for Russia here?
Well, first of all, absolutely. For Russia, the Baltic Sea and the Finnish Gulf are vital. So it's like extremely important for them to keep it free, and it has for Russia even more importance than we take globally the Strait of Hormuz, because Strait of Hormuz, through the Strait of Hormuz, there are like 20% of the oil export. But when we take the Russian oil export out from Russia through the sea, then through the Finnish Gulf and Baltic Sea goes 60% of the Russian oil. So obviously they are like doing everything they can to keep that line open for them. And we see on the contrary that Ukrainians trying to reduce that capability from them, because we heard from the news today during the night, Ukrainians attacked the Primorsk, which is on the other side of the Finnish Gulf, Definitely we also saw that the Ukrainians attacked the Ust-Luga port. So for sure we can be like very sure that they are planning again different, the bloodlines of Russian economy. So this is why what we can expect is that yes, the Russian presence in the Finnish Gulf and Baltic Sea will be maintained quite strong. They will probably guard and escort the Shadow Fleet vessels. With that, they are also confirming that the Shadow Fleet is directly linked to the Russian economy and the Russian government. But of course, officially, they are not saying anything. Probably, we cannot exclude that they will continue also with some kind of hybrid actions. Doesn't matter if it is on cables or whatever, but we need to be very vigilant here, and then we need to have better cooperation. And this was one of the things we discussed also today in the morning before coming here with Paul.
Minister Johnson, Hanno mentioned that Russia has said they will escort the Shadow Fleet vessels with military vessels in the future. How should we react to that if that really happens?
Well, we've been interdicting 2 vessels now in the last 14 days in order of our Coast Guard, which were, according to a prosecutor, most likely belong to the Shadow Fleet, and we're pursuing this much more aggressively in order to, based on our strategy to constrain and contest and contain Russia. I think it's necessary. In the end of the day, of course, if they're going to be escorting all these civilian vessels, that's going to be a tall order for the Russian Baltic Fleet, and then they're going to operationally have a lot of challenges on their hand if they feel it's absolutely necessary. Just going back to the main point, of course, that which I think is a little bit underassessed and undervalued, is the main inflection point where Russia meets NATO. That's in the Baltic Sea. And as you started off saying, the security dynamics here have fundamentally changed over the 3 or 4 years. We live very closely to this area, so for us, we've been following this incrementally, but I think it deserves more attention within the alliance. I know there's a lot of focus now on the alliance, on the Arctic and the High North, and we've been a loyal trooper there, sending our Army Rangers to Greenland, and we've been doing air policing over Iceland and doing also in conjunction and connection with Greenland. But the tension on the Baltic Sea is very high right now, because we also see a more assertive behavior by the Russian Baltic Fleet, where they have their vessels and how they're acting against us and other allies. So we strongly welcome Baltic Sentry. We think it's very important to have a presence on the Baltic. I would like us to be even more aggressive on this GNSS spoofing, which is systematic, which we see right now. I know there has been some Russian military units who's been sanctioned or used on the hybrid toolbox. We should be doing more of those things as well. And of course, we know that the Baltic, that the sea lines of communication, this is becoming more important for Russia, because there are some constraints on how it can use the Black Sea as well. So more focus on the Baltic Sea, being more agile when it comes to active on the Shadow Fleet, and not just inside the Baltic Sea, I want to say, but also outside the Baltic Sea. I expect more to do more, and I think there's encouraging signs there in regard to the JEF. We also need to work more with unmanned systems. There's something called Task Force X, which SECT is pushing, and make sure we have the legal framework to use autonomous systems on the Baltic Sea as well, to get technology working our way. There'll be some of the things I would like to see for us to step up activities and push back some of the assertive behavior we're seeing by Russia right now.
Hanno, our region and all of the NATO allies are always, now we are putting this amount of money into defense, we are buying these new capabilities and so on. But how do you improve our strategic posture in this hybrid warfare? How can we be effective against Russia in this hybrid warfare? Because that has been the case for the last decades, that Russia is doing something hybrid. We know that we don't have a toolbox to react to a hybrid attack against us, or do we?
Well, actually, we have. And then when you talk about the hybrid warfare, I thought about that for long. And then actually, the hybrid warfare has been there always. When you go to spies, the task of the spies was to unconventionally either to collect information or either to conduct some operations. So when you take even Mata Hari, or when you go back in the history, then we had the hybrid warfare actually already there, but we didn't say that it's hybrid warfare. It was just, and also when we take 2007, the big first state-orchestrated big attack on the cyber infrastructure or IT infrastructure, when Russia conducted the attack on Estonia, then this was not called that time the hybrid warfare. Today we are talking that cyber attacks are also part of the hybrid warfare. So obviously we are responding to these attacks constantly. But the point is what I also mentioned, that as the FSB and other Russian services do not have any limitations, then this makes it difficult because we in democratic countries, we respect the law. We say that the rule of law is something we really respect. And now we have one adversary who doesn't care about the toolbox, who doesn't care about the regulations. So they don't care that the Shadow Fleet vessels actually belong to the Russian government, belong to some kind of country who is somewhere in faraway distances, or they don't care about that they can attack Mr. Volkov, associate of Mr. Navalny in Lithuania, or they don't care about attacking the energy grids, etc. So this is why it is very, very difficult to respond. When you know your enemy, how they attack. So when we know that there is a conventional attack with the mass army, then is one way to respond it, and also to deter. But to deter the hybrid attacks is extremely difficult because you don't know from where the attack comes. Is it balloon, hovering over the Vilnius airport, or is it a drone somewhere in neighborhood of Copenhagen airport, which closes the airspace? So, and we saw that also here in Tallinn a couple of days ago or yesterday. So you always have something new, which and sometimes, unfortunately, you cannot also point the finger and attribute that to someone because you don't have the clear proof. So this is why it's very difficult to respond. But to talk about tools, do we have them? Yes, we have. We have the possibility to intervene also on the sea. We have the possibilities to take down the drones, etc. But the difficult part is that also we have to obey to the regulations and to the laws. So and sometimes in the war it's a limitation, especially during the peacetime.
Minister Johnson, how comfortable are you with the allies' toolbox against hybrid warfare?
Probably room for improvement, but we're catching up quite a lot. Our objective, both when it comes to kinetic threats and non-kinetic threats, is to become a really hard target, resilience by denial. And that forces us to make sure that we have all the laws and regulations in place in order to assure that we don't get foreign direct investments into our critical infrastructures, that it's difficult for a state actor with intelligence connections to buy property in the Swedish arpellagia, to make sure that we have a public that is aware about and cognizant about these threats and so forth, building a little bit on our resilience model, actually on the total defense concept, which we have as well. So, and then of course making sure we have the right institutions, we have a special minister designated against hybrid threats or hybrid warfare, having the National Security Council and National Security Strategy, whole of government and whole society endeavors. I think that is some of the things there, and then very extensive collaboration also on the international basis particularly on the EU hybrid toolbox I was referring to. It was good that we used the EU hybrid toolbox in order to sanction the 142 electronic warfare battalion in Kaliningrad, which has been done, and stepping up activities like that, I think, are some of the measures that we've been doing in order to counter hybrid operations. Because what we do see is that Russia has a propensity to take greater military and political risks, and we also see it when it comes to hybrid operations. They're doing some hybrid operations now that the Soviet Union did not consider doing during the Cold War, especially when it comes to some of the more kinetic elements that Poland and Lithuania has been exposed to, and the UK as well.
Mr. Johnson, you mentioned the total defense. That is very. You have built up a total defense strategy for Sweden, because we know that you can have capabilities, you can have platforms, but at the end of the day, it's important what the society can sustain in case of a crisis. How have you built that from a Sweden perspective?
By investing decades and decades into that, and you don't have to spend decades in order to do it. So you can catch up by I think maybe looking a bit on our model and looking on the Finnish model. I think previously Finland provided the gold standard when it comes to resilient and total defense system. So what they did, we built it up during the Cold War, and then the Cold War's over. Then we reduced military defense and almost annihilated civil defense. That was not so wise, but then we reconstructed it a decade ago, and been getting it more systematic. We invested, I think we increased our investment sixfold into civil defense as well, building also public awareness. Already in 2017, we sent out a pamphlet to 4.7 million households in Sweden. What do you do in case of a war or a crisis? And also connecting it and providing the understanding that the more prepared your society is to handle a military threat, the better prepared you're also going to be to handle a civil emergency in some sort. That there's an interconnectedness, so you get the buy-ins from the municipalities who doesn't think an armed attack is what they wake up every morning thinking about. So I think those were some of the things that how we've been organizing it, and then making sure that we have the resources in order to have a better security of supply. It's based on 12 different sectors of our society. So yeah, it worked for us, and of course working closely with what's being done inside EU on civil preparedness, and also on civil protection, and also close correlations also with the NATO 7 baseline requirements.
So you have this mindset that you should prepare for war, and because of that, you're actually stronger in the peacetime.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the structures are quite similar, but start preparing for the most challenging things, which is an armed attack. And then you have the basic structures in place. And then our experience is that then you're better to handle a large-scale forest fire, or we don't have so many earthquakes, but floods we do, and so forth. And the basic mechanism, there is a correlation between the two as well. All about resilience into your society.
Hanno, what is your perspective? How prepared is Estonia for a crisis or for a war?
Well, I could say that better than ever, but that, of course, doesn't help us in these challenges we still face. So obviously, what we have done, some of the things are really good. So, but still, not all the population has been engaged. So even when you take we have the mobile app called Be Prepared, and where you can also send, for instance, from the people's perspective, when you hear a drone, or when you hear something, or when something's not right, you can send it immediately through the application. So, or when you take also the higher civil defense courses or higher defense courses, which have been conducted already 20 years. So these kind of examples are really good ones. And I believe that also in the society, the resilience, and this is something which has been very well accepted. And then when you take also the numbers, what we always measure, then roughly 80% of, when you take the last questionnaires, 80% of people are saying that investing more into defense is right, and also putting more than 5% into defense is right. And we don't see also much of political debate about that. So we see that this is the right thing to do. Secondly, around 65 to 70% are saying that if needed, they are ready to defend the country also with the weapon. So this is also a good result. And we had somewhere in the hall also Taavi Kotka, who started the program of Evil Eagle, which brings together all the volunteers who want to train for the drones. So in first 24 hours, they had more than 3,000 applicants, and by today, 1,200 have been already educated. So this also shows that actually people are ready to contribute if they have the possibility. So this is why these all one by one selected measures and tools help the resilience, but still we also see that also what we saw in Ukraine, that when the actual conflict starts, then still you have some challenges. People don't know where to go, from where the information comes. We saw the same during the COVID, I believe also in Sweden, that at the end of the day, you have pure, like really good mechanism in place, but then people just forget that in a second and start questioning what we need to do. So it's an everlasting work, I believe, to be done, and to educate people and to explain what do you need to do, because the only way to be successful is that during the crisis you will not fall apart and you know what to do. So it's for the military the same, it's for especially for the special forces, that it's in your muscle history, if I may say so, that you know what to do during the crisis.
You have to prepare, because in a crisis, if it comes, you don't have time to then think. You already have to do the things that you have learned. One final topic before we give the floor for the audience to also ask questions from the ministers. Mr. Johnson, you mentioned also the unmanned systems, and that this is a growing part of defense capabilities. We also see from Ukraine perspective, Minister Fedorov said this is a pivotal part of their defense forces. President Zelensky has said recently that 80 to 90% of Russian losses on the front line come from unmanned systems. What can we learn from this Ukrainian war, and how can we have a possible cooperation with Ukraine to build up our defense forces like they have built their forces?
Sure.
And also the industry wise, how can we have that cooperation there?
Few things on the resilience side, which I think is very encouraging with Ukraine as well. And in order to have an endurance and have to continue to make resistance and the will to fight in society, basic functions is extremely important. And what encouraged me with Ukraine is that the postal offices are working, mail is being delivered, wages are being paid, the internet works to Starlink, the trains have a higher level of punctuality in Ukraine than in Sweden, which demands some soul searching of the Swedish infrastructure, I confess. So that's why I think working on resilience is so important, because you preserve an ordinary way of life in order for people to support your government to keep up the fight. So that's important. On the Ukrainian industry, and we have an LOI of working on the innovation side with Ukraine, there are a few things I think are remarkably impressive and inspiring. So what happened when the full-scale invasion broke out was that the Ukrainians removed 35 laws and regulations. They deregulated a lot of their defense industry, privatized the whole thing, and went from 100 companies up to well over 1,000 companies. So what we're seeing in Ukraine right now is that the output is heavily increasing. What is lacking is equity and capital in order to increase, but we also see falling prices. And we don't quite see yet falling prices in the rest of Europe. And I'm pushing my own industry quite hard there. When we buy more, it just has to become cheaper because because we have a big volume and scale challenge ahead of us as well when we're going to be living up to the capability targets. So I think they work very well on unmanned systems, on connectivity, on EW, on working with the transparent battlefield, space-based assets, things like that. They're developing things such as Delta very quickly. We have challenges when it comes to our own combat management systems, so accreditation and bureaucracy. So that's where we have a complementary role between us and the Ukrainian industries on platforms. We know designs on platforms, we know project management, and we know how to calibrate various forms of platforms. So that's where we interact quite a lot. And on the Swedish defense industry, of course, we launched the defense industry strategy in June last year, pushing more innovation, increased production, and more cooperation. On increased production, I do see we're working in the right trajectory, but still Russia has been outproducing Europe now for quite a long time in certain segments, which should keep us up at night, which is, and then on innovation, the power of examples of some of the things that we've been developing very quickly. We developed a SHORAD system called Tridon in 87 days. We did operating with autonomous swarms of drones. We did it in 1 year rather than 5 years. A lot of this is about cutting red tape and aggressively attacking bureaucracy. I think that the talent is out there, the technology is out there. The key is to get things in the hands of the warfighter very quickly. And everything we do on our Ukraine support, and so far we've done about 10 billion euros on Ukraine support, that we do in weeks and months. But when we do it at home, we tend to do it in years and decades. So learning some of the procedures of cutting red tape, I think, is absolutely crucial for us to have an agile and competitive defense industrial base also for the future. And therefore, I think what you've done much better than we have done in Sweden is teaming up Estonian companies and Ukrainian companies. I think you and the Danes are by far the most successful in Europe, and I'm pushing my companies to do this, or the Swedish companies to do the same thing as well. But we have lots to learn from the Ukrainian combat experience and also some of their scaling on and the element of competition that there is in the Ukrainian industrial base.
Hanno, what would you add on the topic of what can the Estonian defense forces and defense industry learn from the front line in Ukraine?
Well, very briefly, because we want to give also the audience a possibility to ask. First, agility. When you are not keeping the pace and when you are not quick enough, then you will not be successful. Second, definitely how to bring the prices down, and I fully agree with Paul that when the Ukrainians are able to produce one FPV for $250, then this is just a price we cannot meet today here in Europe, and not using with that the Chinese industry components, whatever it is. And third, I would bring out that not all the Ukrainian companies will be successful and will overlive after the war. So how to bring also the Ukrainian experience to work with us, because I believe that it's also what also Minister Fedorov said, that they need to cooperate with us, that to bring Ukrainian companies also here, that they can also then bring the expertise and experience to us, that how to produce cheaper, how to produce quicker, how to produce in mass, and bring that experience immediately to the battlefield. As I said a couple of times, that the main lessons learned from Ukrainian war is very simple: adapt or die.
That's a very good end to that topic. But now I would like to give the floor for the audience to ask a question from the ministers. Please raise your hand if you would like to have a question, and then a microphone is brought to you.
Everything is so clear that Taavi wants to ask.
Please.
Yeah, hi, Taavi. I think there is one big elephant in the room, and it's a shadow fleet. So we are the Baltic states and Sweden, and we are around the Baltic Sea. So if 60% goes through that, why the hell we cannot shut it down?
You want to start?
Yeah, sure. It's one thing what we can do on the Swedish territorial waters, one thing we can do on the economic zones, and one thing we can do on the international waters. On the international waters, there's not so much we can do at all. On our economic zones, we can use some of the insurance matters and environmental legislations, and on territorial waters, we can apprehend them. And we have apprehended them as well, and if they're going to start escorting their ships, that's going to run them down. But some of the things, I think, most of the interdictions when it comes to shadow fleets has been taken inside the Baltic Sea. Like you felt in Jaguar as well, the Russians are stepping up as well. So why don't do more things outside of the Baltic Sea as well, where the Russians don't really have any military options of scaremongering or things like that. I think that's why I would really love. I've seen the Belgians and the French acts. I think that it would be excellent if we could do things in the English Channel and in the Mediterranean as well. I think that would be a few of my remarks in this regard. Also making sure we have the same legal interpretation of what is possible, based on the Convention of the Law of the Sea, which guides our actions very diligently, not more, not less, but Law of the Sea. That should be our guiding North Star, so to speak.
Very briefly, I believe that just there has not been enough political will for that. Because, yes, as Paul mentioned very rightly, it's very difficult to do something in the Finnish Gulf and the Baltic Sea because of the regulations. And also the Baltic Sea fleet from Russia is here. But when you can do outside of the Danish Straits, then it's much more difficult for Russia to do something. So we've seen a couple of examples, but still, one of the main topics what you can do in the international waters, and that brings me to the UNCLOS, so International Maritime Regulation, that you can check always the environmental condition of the and technical condition of the ships. So, but for that you need to engage outside of the Danish Straits. So we're working on that. We see some progress, but unfortunately this locomotive is still too slow.
That was a simple question, but unfortunately not a simple answer for that just yet.
There is a simple answer, but you know that for that you need to come together all the European exactly European countries, not even the European Union countries, but the European countries, and to say very clearly that you close even La Manche, or you send a very clear signal that we will check every single ship who wants to enter to the Danish Straits. Mm-hmm. Because when it's already through the Danish Straits, then it's much more difficult. But before that, we will check everyone, and trust me, then most of the beautiful islands who are giving the flag to these ships will not give the flags anymore.
But very fast. Last question here, please, from the front.
Wojciech Przybylski, Warsaw, Poland. Question to both of you, Mrs. What did Iranians' ballistic missile shot on Diego Garcia base change in the threat perception in your countries, respective countries? What do you believe Europe's course of action would be following from that?
Well, maybe I will start and then Paul can finish. Paul, when to take purely from the threat perception perspective, not much has changed, but collectively we have to understand that as Russia does not have any limitations, then also Iran doesn't have any limitations. And now you have to see that what are the capabilities of the Iranians, and what we've seen so far is very clear that Israel together with the US wants to destroy all these nests, that you don't have to fight, what I've been telling all the time, that you don't fight with the birds up in the air, fight with the nests and kill and destroy the nests. So when you can destroy all the launchers, when you can destroy all the airfields, then you can take down also this capability. So this is, I believe, we have to put our focus on, and collectively, of course, we need to see that can we additionally put some sanctions on Iran or something. But from purely threat perception point of view, I believe not much has changed because we knew also before. Yeah. And especially when the Iran conflict started on that scale, that Iran is not putting any limitations, even to attack its own neighbors in the Gulf region. So this has been maybe one of the biggest surprises, I believe during that conflict, that Iran did not hesitate to attack its own neighbors in the regions, in the region where they are actually dependent on each other.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have very bad relations with Iran for obvious reasons. They've been kidnapping Swedes and put them into jail. We had an exchange of prisoners there. They've been planning assassinations on Swedish territory. If you read our intelligence report, you will find that they do espionage of refugees. They have very savvy IT and cyber capabilities and so forth. We don't feel any immediate threat in regards to ballistic missiles. But what we are, and I think KINDLUS has a very important point there, is then the importance in general of air defense and long-range strike capabilities in contemporary warfare. It's not just enough to have a shield, and we spent 5 billion euros just in 1 year building up better air defense systems, but sometimes you also have to shoot the arrower or the archer, and therefore you need also long-range strike capabilities, and we're investing in both more air defense systems and in long-range strike capabilities and deep strike capabilities.
With that answer, I would like to thank both of the ministers. Let's give a big round of applause for Minister Pevkur and Minister Johnson. And after the applause, we will have a lunch break, and then at 2 o'clock we will start the third part of our conference with the modern warfare and defense industry. But thank you, ministers.
Thank you.
Aitäh. Thank you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the third part of our conference now. And just to remind, we are also live, so there's plenty of people watching us from the screens. So still no Chatham House here, especially when we now go more deeper into the subject of defense industry. And the next panel is focusing on modern warfare and the industry behind it. And I would like to welcome the moderator for the next panel on the stage, Ms. Alva Finn, please.
So we're going to have a more interactive session. So we'll start using Slido. It'll come up, a QR code will come up. So we really want you to actively engage. I think this is one of the very interesting panels because we have real innovators and people actually working in the field in terms of IT, drone warfare, that will be talking about how the industry is responding to the current geopolitical tensions that we have. So I'd like to welcome some of the panelists. Slavik Shelostovsky from the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Please come and join me. Ivar, please come also, and there we go. And Ragnar. Please have a seat. So we have a very interesting panel because these gentlemen are coming from different points of views of the military industry. So Slavik, you are engaged from an IT point of view, really modernizing also how we do intelligence in terms of defense in Ukraine. You also have an engineering background. I understand you also used to work for WISE. So you can give us, I think, a lot more of the technical aspects of how the industry is responding to the war in Ukraine. Ivar, you are, and have been in the past, coordinating unmanned systems for the Estonian Defence League. And now you're working really as the expert, I understand, in Estonia with many companies also on drone warfare. So we're really thankful to have your expertise here. And Ragnar, you have actually raised over 20 million euro for the defense of the front lines in Ukraine. You've also co-founded some military defense startups, including Darkstar Military VC. So you can tell that these men are the right people to talk about what is happening, particularly in this region, and also with responding to the war in Ukraine. We are witnessing a historic shift in how we're doing warfare, so where garage startups are also as relevant as large military or heavy industry titans. Today, we're obviously going to talk a little bit about how we're going to get from scaling those startups to making sure that that tech keeps them in the market. So we would like to start with the Slido now. If you can put it, you'll find it there. It should be on the screen beside us or here, yes. And we want to know, in one word, what is the most significant change you've seen in warfare over the last 2 years? So it'll come up also on a word cloud. The other thing is that you can put questions because we want to hear from you. I understand that this is a very technical topic, but if you want to hear, you know, really from experts on how things are working, please put your questions in. We'll also come to you after the second round of questions where you can actually talk from the audience. So, in one word, what is the most significant change you think is happening at the moment in modern warfare? Cheap drones, speed, social media, artificial intelligence, innovation, AI, lasers. Interesting answer. I see you're nodding. We'll come back to that. Civilian activity in warfare, indeed, this idea of total defense. We can move also on to the next question because we just want to get a feeling for what you want to hear about from our panelists. Which factor do you think is the biggest bottleneck for defense in Europe? This is a poll, so you can vote.
Let's keep it like
yeah, just that's it.
That's it. No more answers needed.
From a liberal perspective, I think I agree with number one. speed of software catching up, traditional manufacturing capacity, shells, hardware. Nobody's talking about investment or funding though, so maybe I think we'll talk with Ragnar about that. Okay, still bureaucracy leading the pack. We love to hear it at the European Liberal Forum because we're leading on simplification in this area. Okay, so now we will come back to you with some more questions in the Slido later on. Please do also put your questions down that you want to hear from, and we're going to do a first round with the panelists. So starting with you, Slavik. You have a foot in both worlds, I think. You're a software engineer and also a planning officer, if I understand it, in the armed forces of Ukraine. So we often hear about software-defined warfare. From your perspective on the ground, how much of the battle is now being won by the code versus traditional battlefield activities?
Yes. First of all, thank you for inviting me on this forum. It's a great honor for me. And I love Estonia. I used to work here, so it's really close to me, and I'm happy to be here. And regarding your question, I wouldn't actually frame it like code versus battlefield, because these days, what I see, what I believe, that it's part of the same picture. And what I want to say about that is that battles are still won on the ground. And they won by people, they won by units, by logistics. So this hasn't changed at all. What has changed is how much of the advantages was created before that. And these advantages can be created by how quickly you can get the data, you can understand this data, and you can turn this data into actions. And this is where software plays a critical role. And software does not replace weapons or soldiers, but what it does, it really helps you to use those assets more effective. And by effective, I mean so basically, you should integrate a lot of different data sources. You build a situational awareness map. You coordinate units between each other. And what's really important is what I want to talk about today is you need continuously adapt your system based on changes of tactics of your enemy, of our enemy. And adaptation is actually key here, because when you adapt something like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, it's too long. It takes a lot of time, and you waste a lot of time, and you lose initiative. And we all have to be really quick, really fast. So this adaptation of the system has to be like days or even hours. So basically, you collect data, you use this data, so it must be almost in real time. So you gather feedback from the front line, and you have to make those changes immediately. Because when I joined Army, I remember those days when we were using pickup trucks, and we were going on the front line. And we were flying drones with that pickup, and then we were packing it and going back. Right now, if you come closer to like 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, it's already kill zone. And so we had then FPV drones. We had fabric drones. So everything changes really fast, and you need to adapt to that. And as well, I would like to point that we cannot win war with only one great product, with one weapon. It's more about the system. So, and I think this is a great signal for Europe to actually more focus not on particular technologies like AI, but to focus more on the system, how to build system, and system about how quickly data from intelligence goes to analytics and then goes to action. So getting advantages on the battlefield are caused by those who can faster make this loop shorter, like from intelligence to analytics and to action.
Yeah. So you've kind of a little bit answered question 1, I think, but we'll keep these in mind when we're moving forward. So now to Ivar. You've worked extensively on shortening what I understand is the observe, orient, decide, act loop. And you've also been really engaged in the Estonian and the Ukrainian ecosystems, which are moving at a pace that often traditional defense giants struggle with. What do you think is the secret that allows a startup to deliver a combat-ready drone in months rather than years? And that's been very crucial, as we know, for the Ukrainian defense.
So taking account the question from months to years, it means that you have to be present in Ukraine. So in Europe, the innovation is still quite slow, in my own opinion. It takes a lot of time, and as we saw from the poll, the bureaucracy and the paperwork is quite the biggest issue, most likely. But in Ukrainian way, the innovation is done even not in months, but it's done in weeks. And it comes from the real need to actually kill the enemy in the battlefield and keep your own troops safe. So that's why the innovation is constant. And if, like Estonian defense minister in last panel said, adapt or die kind of way, so you have to adapt to counteract Russian existing threats. So that's why the Ukrainian innovation is so fast. In Europe, for instance, I've been visiting Germany lately now this year, and their understanding is there is enough time. So if I think on that way, what is our understanding in Estonian Baltic states and in Ukraine also, this is totally different. So sense of urgency to work with startups in the defense tech sector is in Ukraine, it's every day. In Baltics, it's quite fast. And let's say in Central Europe, I've seen that, we have enough time. So, and in that sense, there is a lot to improve. So on regulation side, for instance, to help the European resilience and sovereignty to thrive in that sense that we can actually produce unmanned systems inside Europe. And also the cost of the systems produced in Europe would be in a reasonable price range also. So because we need them at scale in mass if there comes a time when we have to deploy them. So there will be lot of drones needed when actual situation arises to use them. And we are still not there, even close at the moment in Europe.
And what do you think the solution is? Because obviously it's also linked to threat perception, but if you're working with the Germans now, what do you think the solution is? Less red tape?
No, not more in red tape, but it's more about giving them possibilities to work closer with army innovation units, give them more controlled experimentation possibilities, like co-work with them together, like army and the innovation startups together. So that might be much fast track in that sense. And I've seen that Germany established, for instance, innovation hub now, and this is how they try to deal with that starting from this year. But war is actually went on almost 4+ years now. 5th year is going, and the lessons learned there is still small.
Well, that brings us to the entrepreneurial, I think, spirit that Ragnar, you are leading in. So you've said that if you're not in Ukraine, just as you said, you're not in the defense business. You've mobilized millions in private funds, and you've also invested in Darkstar, this startup. So what is the biggest lesson that the European private sector needs to learn from Ukraine and about how they've done this kind of scrappy innovation in a very high-risk environment?
Yeah, I think that today I was reading the interview by Ukraine drone unit Armed System Forces commander Madjar, and he said one sentence which is amazing. So the best drone is ecosystem. That's it. Like, I think that what we in Europe don't really understand is that we need to do extremely fast, strong ecosystem which will find answers future risks. Exactly. We need to build systems for I 100% agree with Slavik on continuous adaptation. Because we never know what we need after 6 months or 12 months and so on. But we need to have strong ecosystem which drives basically fast learning loop and can adapt and all the time assess new risk, build a product, test them and so on. And we are absolutely not even in the starting point of that. And sad as it is, like our societies, like why we need to like learn from today's Middle East war. Like every single human being who has been looking Ukraine has understand you can close down country with 50 Shaheds easily. That's it. And you know, the message actually from the Ukraine, I can deliver over, said it's not a question that Estonia would be hit by drones. It's a question when and how many drones. Mm-hmm. Because drone warfare is easily hybrid warfare. And we see what did Ukraine, basically the spider web, anyone can repeat spider web in using boats. Like today, boats are somewhere near Norway and things. And also just a week ago, we see finally things which we have been believing and knowing in Ukraine experience few years. There was one drone with optical cable in US Army base, and other drone in I think it was Paet International Airport. So, but let's go back to that, how to fix that indeed. Let's go back to the things. We need an ecosystem. And the ecosystem has many, many elements. There is exactly government, which need to do legal work. And the challenge of that is that we need to adapt and ask what laws we need to change if we will be in the war, because we are preparing for the war. Then indeed we have procurement, which is absolutely not there yet, because we need to be sure we can procure things. How we can sign contract that we will get solution what we don't know, by the way. But you can do that. Ukraine has proved. And then finally, what I think that we need to understand, the number one reason why Ukraine stands and is so strong is civil society would join the army. Like we cannot just tell, hey, army fix that. You know, we need to join, and that's what we're pushing also. That in Darkstar said we are not just hey, we are just investors and doing. We are boosting ecosystem. Like you know, we are thinking 24/7 what we could do to help basically increase national security. And this starts sadly from the tech community, because this is the fastest developing conflict in human history. And now we have second basically phase what's going in the Middle East, when we can also learn already from this war what's going on now 3 weeks on that. Because if somebody is asking seriously, 135 or 100,000 FPVs, are you serious? Like 100,000 drones can kill so much things. And also that the first question, sorry guys, there will be never any one super weapon which will destroy everything. This energy laser have not had any meaningful effect so far, because you can probably use 1,000 FPVs or whatever and you can kill that system, because these systems are not, there will be never one miracle system. But what is the most important thing, if I was just in one sentence exactly, we need to build ecosystem which has fast learning loops and which basically will push innovation into level so that even in Estonia we should have 100 small labs inside of the militaries which can buy tools, break them, build them, test them without being afraid, oh my God, it takes us 6 months to buy Vampire or whatever those case examples are. So we need to build innovation loop for the part of ecosystems, and that's the real thing what we need, because we don't know what we need. But we need to be sure we have people who are analyzing and people who can jump in and so on. So that's the first thing, which I think that, you know, going back and forward, and I literally arrived yesterday from Ukraine when I spoke with like 100 of units, and that's the thing, you know, finally we see in the last few months, Ukraine has more and more have data-driven basically success, basically in frontline. And actually I'm super proud to be in the same panel with this gentleman, because that you should understand this unit is the most advanced data unit in the world. There is no one close by, not in US, not in Israel, because first of all, Israel has different kind of war. And second of all, US is moving slowly. So that's why I think that if we can learn that this is the person, and we are actually the same boat because we are same software guys, it's just, I'm lucky that I'm not in the war yet, and he just need to save the country.
Yeah, I think you've kind of answered almost all three of those questions, but I then want to come back to the last part, how to make things smarter from the inside. And I'm sure that, Slav, you are basically working on that question every single day. So how do we do that? Is it more kind of public, private, military sector engagement? You just said, like, maybe we should have 100 labs. But then how...
This is Estonia, just we should have 1,000 in Europe indeed.
Yeah, sure. But then also, how do you protect all of that knowledge as well? Because I think some in other parts of Europe will be quite reticent to do that, actually. In some places, it's more accepted that now the private sector and also startups have more of a role. But in some, I think, places in Europe, that will still be seen as, well, this is a protected area.
Yeah.
And if we allow everybody to start developing and innovating what could be quite dangerous tech, how do we control that? So that's another thing that maybe we can talk about. So I'll go to you and ask the last question. If you want to talk about lasers, please also go ahead, and how that's influencing how you're thinking about your systems and your defense.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting question, and I would like to step backwards and from my experience, like at WISE, it gave me like really great life lesson that to understand problem, you cannot solve problem by when you don't understand the problem. And to understand the problem, you have to be involved and you have to work with that. Understand. This was my main reason why. Well, actually, when the war started, I was working abroad. And I came back to join army because I knew that I want to make army smarter with more technologies. And I knew that I cannot develop advanced system just working from the abroad. I knew that I have to start from the lowest level and see how everything works there, and then like suggest some solutions, and only then I can change this. So this is how we started working on. Well, there was, when I started this unit iStar, it was only me and two my friends. And now it's really huge unit and does a lot of analytics dashboards. We have developed a lot of platforms that automates work. So basically for us, main goal is that we keep history of war. So basically, everything that happens on the front line should be tracked. Was it happen with like red forces, blue forces? We basically track every event that happened, and after that we do like analytics dashboard. We ask questions why this happened, how we can avoid this in the future. So I think it starts with the culture. You have to build the right culture because I remember when I was studying at school. And I don't know how it's in Estonia, but in Ukraine, at my age when I was finishing school, and if I don't enter university, I forced to go to army, and nothing was worse than go to army. Yeah, so that is why everyone was trying to enter university, not because they wanted to learn, but they didn't want to go to army. And right now in Ukraine, we are building completely different army where smart people work, smart people change this from the inside. Yes, so you have to build the right culture and right people.
Very interesting. I think for a lot of still other places in Europe, smart people would think that the military is the last place for them. So how can we make it also an attractive industry for them to join, I think is a really important question.
It was a question of existence. So
exactly. But I mean, for now, others don't have that threat perception. And we as liberals, I think we're thinking very carefully about how to make military service kind of the norm for smart people, as you say. Ira, what do you think about this question about how to make the army smarter from the inside?
I think one side is technology and software, as Ukrainian colleague here spoke, but the other side is also processes and having actual CTOs and smart people in the army who help army infantry units to cope with the new future and the new ways of doing combat. So we can prepare for war in that sense, like in Ukraine, but what if there is a war that we haven't seen yet? I don't know, in Antarctic or in Gulf of Finland or somewhere else, so in whatever type of hybrid / conventional war. So we have to prepare for many different scenarios. So having like processes of how to armies, recruited CTOs can help fight smarter and bring new tech and new processes into the war is something also that Ukrainians are using quite a lot through their sensor fusion centers and other units. So they help brigades and smaller and bigger units to cope also with the constant adaptation of new processes. So if you have a process in place and soldiers have drilled on this process, so it will go fast. So it will make the sensor to shooter process also fast. We can have a really fancy BMS system, battle management system, but if soldiers and analytics don't use it correctly, then what's the point to develop anything? So it's still about people and make people smarter inside army by adding more CTOs and tech people who can advise many units or coordinate them also.
Yeah. Do you think there is enough of that here? I mean, you're saying that you're basically the leader in this area. Do we need like 10 VABADUS running around to tell everybody how to integrate technology into their...
I think we have already a lot of people in unmanned domain in Estonia who are really smart and in many ways smarter than me also in the army. So I'm quite happy with that at the moment, but always can be more.
Always can be more. Okay.
May I add one more to this one? So I was... what I wanted to ask is, we were expecting that a lot of smart people will come to army and change everything, but this might not happen. So what also we can do, we can educate people in the army. So in our corps and brigade, we started doing this lectures about time management, project management, how to work with people, how to become CTO, how to become manager. So you can do that as well in army.
Training from inside, of course. We also have an interesting question here. We need a domestic independent industry. Why not allocate defense funding to each defense league unit to support innovation more than just a couple of hundred euros per year? So it's a little bit responding to what you're talking about, having a strategy for technology and innovation in every unit. What do you think about that, Ragnar?
I think that we have been talking that probably 2 years already. We should... Because the one thing what Ukraine has learned is we need to have decentralized, independent units which are coming up with solutions. We cannot just hope that there is one smart team, one smart company, some king of the castle who just tells what to do. Zero chance. I think that, and that's the thing that, also, if you look now the war in Middle East, officially, Iran army doesn't exist, but somehow they bombed every night, So that's the fundamental things that, we need to have way more executive innovation labs. And, it's not that they are building the product, even though, let me be frank, but people don't realize that Ukraine has reached the moments that the best units have their own innovation team, which takes a drone and said, oh, we need to reprogram that part. And just, they were literally almost same with what doing Israel with F-35. Israel says, that's not 35 actually, it's just the airframe. Software, everything is done locally, by the way. But Ukraine is doing the same thing with the drones. So just think about how we can put maximum out of that, how we can hack Starlink or whatever they are hacking, And that's exactly built into the unit level. And for that, you need to start to build those units, you need to give them budget. And they would be like, hey, we should have immediately in 10, 15 units which are doing which are basically flying vampires, which are flying others. I agree. We should give 100,000 per month at least, then you can have meaningful thing. Because we can learn one thing. Ukraine has one structural reform which is I believe is amazing, which is decentralized procurement. What that means, this means every battalion commander have 100,000 or 200,000, I'm getting different numbers, which they can buy whatever they want. And it's 2-week process. It can be boats, it can be tractors, it can be excavators, but it can be drones or cars. It's just depending where you're standing, because if you're today Kharkiv, but tomorrow you're Kherson, you definitely need boats. And you know, and that's what is solved already. We can talk with a team in Ukraine, which is amazing, Stanford educated, which would either give us, here's what we did, and we adapt into every country the logic, you know. But in our rally, if I put back what you started, I think that it's fundamental question what we're asking, what we want to achieve. And what we need to be said, it's not about that somebody would steal the secret what we have, because one more time, whatever Ukraine builds or builds China and Russia, both sides can basically rebuild in 2-3 months. There is no any more thing that you cannot copy. Just let's forget that. But what is a uniqueness of tech companies and what should be the militaries is fast learning loop. So we need to help itself joining the militaries and so on to turn the military units into the like fast moving tech teams. Because one thing what he mentioned, let me be frank here, culture. Just think about it. In Ukraine, units have different cultures. They have marketing, they have recruitment, because they act as a separate companies in the business world. Because they know one thing, I cannot depend on central system. I need to fight myself. I need to basically go and fundraise myself, find the things. And there was one unit which I think is part of House of Corp, which had 3 people only team on the let's say innovation team. They was building batteries. They were selling them. 3 people team. And that things that we don't need, it's not the money, it's just fundamentally, in Ukraine it's easy. You're in the war and you have a freedom to basically do, because you need to basically kill the thing. And we have to just go back and maybe in governmental level, we should have positive elements of like this Elon Musk was trying to do, like teams which are just killing the red tape. With the one thing, we have to increase our basically speed of basically to be ready for the huge security risks what we are facing in the future. This should be the thing, not about somebody can copy us. Say, with all the respect, the logical world is that level that whatever you build will be copied. But we need to have teams which are adapting exactly and going. And the best base for the learners is the tech teams, exactly.
Well, I think it's also time for a little bit more audience participation. If we go to the next Slido question, you can move on to the next one. So on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, how prepared do you think Europe's defense industry is for a high-intensity conflict from what you've heard already from the panelists? And we'll also go into the crowd to ask some questions or even comments, because obviously they're the experts, but if there's some burning question or ideas that you have, we will also come down with a mic now. Yes. Pessimists in the room. We're at 2. 1. Gaining ground. Yes. Okay, so we're not anywhere near being ready.
So
would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm just curious, can you be ready for that?
I think that sadly, you know what is the most sad thing? The moment when ISIS terrorists are using in Germany FPV drone and killing 20 people, then this innovation starts. That's the most sad thing.
Yeah.
You know, like, you don't do that before you have catastrophe nearby. Like, whatever we are talking here, you know, shouting and so on, this is the rule of the politics. But actually, I want to give positive sides as well, by the way, not about doom, you know. So we are running boot camps, and we had literally a boot camp recently. And we have done those boot camps now 6 times, and we started to see actually fast teams from Europe. So we had the team, which I had a call, and they told in the same call, you need to be in Ukraine, and he was in Ukraine in 48 hours. And I didn't see that 2 years ago. So I'm starting to see actually extremely smart people in Europe who understand the urgency.
And sorry, who goes, because I saw it on your LinkedIn, the boot camps. Maybe tell them a little bit about who's going and what the impact of the boot camps are. Because I think it is one of these examples of having this public-private, also military coming together to work on smart solutions, right?
Yeah, so the point is that, so what we're building is ecosystem, and the fact is innovation, real innovation test is happening in Ukraine. So already 2 years ago, we understood it, and we was let's make a bootcamp when we are connecting 3 or 4 different worlds. The first is that let's bring the teams, which is very promising. They have already a solution which is tested on combat or very nearby. So let's have the best Ukraine military units on that, who sits down with the team, giving them feedback. And finally, let's have also European different stakeholders who coming and giving feedback what is Europe reality. And at this moment, we're still doing them in Ukraine. And what is usually happening is that we are picking 15 to 20 teams from different versions, like from the lasers. We have laser team, which is an amazing team. We have, parts of the drone ecosystem. We had rockets, like literally on the bootcamp and so on. And beside of that, we have like extremely intensive one-on-ones, feedback. We are running sessions and we go to Polygon. Because at the end of the day, if you want to show the product, you need to go to Polygon. And the positive trend is that we are starting to see now teams from the Europe who understand the urgency, who has system which basically is promising and could work in the front line, and which are basic understanding. And from the first bootcamp we had Fireside. They have now fundraised, I think, that already 8+ million. They are today used 90 different brigades in Ukraine because they are doing basically drone video analytics by AI, and they have now a team of 50. But as I said, luckily, in tech sector have been basically waking up. And we keep doing that. We are looking also, we might do that in Estonia in the near months, because we are moving at the speeds that, like my team and I myself, my brain is working 24/7, like every Ukrainian soldier and officer in that reality, because exactly, we just happen to be too close for the conflict, also physically. Just this room here is 60 seconds Kinshal time. Just think about it. In Kiev, you are more safe, by the way, than in Tallinn. If enemy want to test out and do the things, then these things are hitting here, and the reaction time has to be, let me just remind you, 60 seconds to go to the shelter. In Kiev, I had at least 10-15 minutes. So this perspective is important to understand why we need to be urgent here.
Indeed. Advar, what did you think about the pessimism in the room?
No, I think that last week I met one British retired general, and he pointed out the thing in European ecosystem in innovation, that if there is many innovation projects and innovation hubs in European countries for defense tech, but the one problem that we are facing is also the death valley from innovation project to actual procurement also. So this is in Western side is quite a problem that I realized like quite recently, that you can get funding and support of the army, but to go from over the death valley of into the actual procurement programs is quite difficult to defense industry companies. So this is maybe one of the things that is really hard in Europe also. As Ragnar said, that you can go to Ukraine and be really smart, and I totally agree that there is many tech companies, unmanned domain that work really fast in Europe also, and the urgency has been more acknowledged in that sense, but also to actually get to the point of doing actual sales to military domain in the procurement is quite it's really big challenge from my point of view, and then this also, because of that, you don't get sales done, some good ideas might die also in that sense, in my point of view.
And maybe that's also why the Capital Markets Union will be important in the EU for the defense industry also.
Yes, so capital is needed anyways.
Yeah, I'd like to, if you don't mind, add to this question about readiness for the conflict. And I'd like to put you, so that everyone put himself a question, like what does it mean to be ready? Like having FPVs, is it ready? Having F-35, is it ready? Like what does it mean to be ready? And from what I noticed that there was a question like what I see, like how war changed like for the last years, and what I see right now is that war changing from like in the beginning it was like so everyone was fighting like on the feeling. So you have a feeling, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to fly with FPV. Modern warfare is more like chess, so it's more complex. And and this complexity comes from the experience. So I think that it's hard to be ready, but in Ukraine right now, we have this experience. So we have proven that Ukraine can not only test drones, but as well we can share experience that was shaped by the real war.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways we are lucky to have your experience, and we'll think a little bit more about, you know, if the war ends, how can we make sure that we maintain that capacity in a minute. But I also want to go now to the crowd. If you have any comments from your side, any burning questions before we go back to the Slido. Yes. We have a mic, I think. And maybe just introduce yourself and where you're from as well, because I think, as we've just discussed, every European country has its own perception of where we are. Go ahead.
Wojciech Przybylski, Warsaw, Poland. The question to the panel is, you discuss a lot about innovation and how much in technological and also in a way mindset this situation is changing. It's a changing environment. My question is about innovation versus mass. In many ways, this is about a question about heat versus cost ratio. And Ukraine's ability to defend itself is an economic concept in a way. It's simply more effective. But how do you translate it into a mass? Because Russia still, against this agility of Ukraine, presents a mass of production of destruction. How do you translate this innovation to the scale that this war basically is no more?
And maybe we'll take another comment, if anybody has one. Okay, cost to mass.
But I think that this war has changed one thing. Like before the war, it was the military grade. Military grade is it works in -50 and and so on. This war is like Ryanair war. Yeah, like that's it. It is already.
That's the quotable of the panel, I think.
Yeah,
yeah, that's what everybody's reading.
It's highly scalable and extremely cheap unit price. That is what this is war about. And the craziest it is, like if you pick the numbers, like one country to other, it shouldn't be possible, but it seems to be that Ukraine maybe is not dominating, but it seems to be at least like in drone warfare. In some elements, it's beating Russia. Russia is something in better, but I think that what it's proved for me, it seems that in the high level, what is different approach in two countries is that Russia has basically for the military industry unlimited resources, and it can take like you can put like we will build this drone in unlimited resources and so on, but Ukraine has not like 10 drones, but 100 of drones. And but I have seen that because of Europe help and so on, they can still pick some winners, which are getting more and more. Like clearly, Firepoint has tools which are working and so on. But in nowhere really, exactly this fundamental thing, we need to look more about huge number of stuff than having few things which are like giving us miracles. Never happens, by the way. What is your take?
Yeah, so I'm not more like this guy who can have expertise in producing drones. So I'm more working with intelligence and software. But from my perspective is that when you have mass production of something, you sacrifice with the flexibility. And this is what happened with FPV drones. So you use one frequency, and then this frequency doesn't work, but you already have like thousands of these FPVs, and you have to spend a lot of time to change this frequency and this like this drone. Yeah. So you have to sacrifice something. Is it like Ukraine can also like we had this problem with interceptors, but now we have fixed this. So I think Ukraine can do mass productive as well.
Okay, we have some more interesting questions from the Slido. So hacking isn't enough. We need hardware engineers from universities, and that's a real problem. So how do we get the pipeline to military? Is the answer that military take over engineering education in addition to language training? Maybe you want to answer because you're more working in engineering, Slavik?
Sorry, which one question?
I think it's about the pipeline between universities to military, and how do we strengthen that so that we know that we have hardware but also software engineers?
So as I said, so software is more about the processes, and you cannot just hire people that will develop you. I believe that that you have to have like those engineers in the army. So what I noticed in our unit that we were trying to work with different university, and this work wasn't successful because.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because. You are not into the domain, and it's hard to explain people like how this works and like on the fingers. And what I noticed that really works is that let's say like we have unit, and inside unit we have different departments, and what really works is to put like engineer to each team, and they will build a product because our day's reality is that it's not really hard already to build like to write code, because you have AI, you have like cloud, you have a lot of different tools that you can build a prototype. The biggest challenge is to actually to get this idea how to solve the problem, and this is a trick, and this is what university cannot teach you how to do.
By the way, just a random remark, but as someone who worked all life in startup sector, I know very few people who has finished university. I haven't finished. In Pipedrive co-founders, first guy ever didn't finish. So the one thing is that yes, we need hardware engineers in the huge scale. I think that in Europe definitely, like I know more that Munich has many and Tallinn has also many. In Estonia we have Starship, we have Milram, we have Go Module, Bolt has good engineering teams. So this is coming from that, or Ericsson and so on. So definitely we should put more effort, and what we should do is that in my head, what I'm thinking more and more is that you don't need maybe university education, but more like practical college level, thing. Because you need to basically help, because what people don't understand, the drone units are not only like, the flying is maybe 10%, but what happens before of that you can actually change the parts, so we should put more effort to the practical education, not university level, but college level education. We should put like heavy effort on that, because we need, in Estonian scale, we need probably maybe 1,000 drone units at least. And this should have, yes, mechanical engineers in the part of that, so you could act and so on independently.
I also upvoted this question because I think we talked a little bit about civil military networks initially, so the role of civil society, but also civil companies. So how good is the civil military network? And I mean, we talk about this all the time in Brussels, that like dual use innovations. How do you see this pipeline at the moment? How many civil companies are you working on with innovations for military purposes?
Just one thing is that, I think that this is getting better, and the point is it depends on the country.
Exactly.
It depends heavily on the country. All the frankness we are today in Tallinn, and I think that Estonia understands risk into some level. We have struggles, but we are making also meaningful progress. But the more far away, the more you are from Russian border, things go down, The challenge true is that actually biggest challenge is not only going from this civil network, but banking doesn't like almost anything in military. Wise anyway don't like, but that's a longer story. Wise is best network to hire people, by the way. Even in Estonian military, we have more people. But we are seeing things like, because we need to have industrial capabilities in Europe. Like we need to build drone engines, we need to build the parts and so on. I believe it's getting better and better. But it needs heavy investment, and focusing that we need more parts in the next which is built in Europe. And that's actually will build so many more opportunities, because we need to not depending whatever is going on after an ocean or whatever is building in China. We need to build stuff here, and Ukraine has now drones which fully built in Ukraine, which is probably the first country in Europe which could say, maybe Germany could be close by the way, but no one else probably cannot have the same level like Ukraine has. This is now built in Ukraine. We don't depend on anyone else outside. So in that sense, things are getting better, but I think that we have so many legal sites, like, somebody doing work with military and you have contract and bank is immediately like, what you are doing here?
Okay, so we need to revise our banking limitations.
And we are doing that. Like, we had today meeting with some bank. We had, like, in Estonia, I can say it loudly, LHV is very heavily interested. He's working us how to basically understand it, taking the rules and so on. But banking is a real hurdle, on that things still. Like in many countries, we struggle a lot if you have, like, our client is military sector.
Yes, because in the past, it was considered as one of these kind of dirty industries along with oil and tobacco.
No, it was
now
three sectors. It was porn, betting, and military.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the same sector. Kind of like same risks don't come to me close by.
Yeah, but I think that is changing. And actually, one question about the kind of investment framework and European ETFs in the defense industry now. How have they changed the startup or innovation in the defense sector? Do you find it still useful, or are there still really a lack of capital? And actually, I suppose those ETFs really track large military tech giants and not small startups, right?
Yeah, in my point of view, what I've learned in the past few, in this year, is that the primes in Europe are kind of heavily getting funded in different innovation projects. They make consortiums and they try to involve smaller ones. So there goes funding. And if you are a smaller startup company in Central Europe or West Europe, then you will have a really tough time to get into anywhere if you don't have if you don't get also VC funding or more funds from the beginning, so to actually scale up in that sense. And in the end, you still might face many difficulties to get your technology and your solutions into a sales phase, from development to trials with army units and to procurement. So the process is really long. And like Ragnar said, in Ukraine, it's like a fast track. If you have a really good idea, you show it, it works, it kills the enemy, you are already in a green line and then go for it. And you most likely get also contracts from Ukrainian MOD and the army also quite easily. And it works. In our case, in many ways, I'm seeing that urgency is still not here. Doesn't matter that we have a 5th war year in Ukraine also. So it's changing, but actually it means total reform in procurement and logical way how to make it fast. And like Ragnar said, innovate and procure something that you even don't know that you need. So in that sense, innovation projects are a good place to nurture this. But again, I come back to my idea of how to go from innovation to actually procurement. And in Europe, I don't still see any reforms in any country that I've been now dealing with in that sense.
Slavik, do you have anything to say about the civil to military network?
Yeah, so regarding those drones, actually in Ukraine we have the same problem that you cannot buy every single drone on government money. But we have another budget that comes from the volunteers, and we have different civilian companies, basically in Ukraine, all civilian companies are military now because they are helping with money, with drones. So they can give money and you can buy drones that didn't pass this long journey of field testing. We just know it's effective, but it doesn't have documents, and government cannot spend government money buying this. So we find money and we buy it on our own.
We'll take one more question or comment from the audience, and then we'll start to do a little bit of a wrap-up. Is there anybody who has anything they want to say? I mean, you really have experts here, so if you have any burning questions about how things are working on the ground, take advantage of it. No? Okay, well, we move on to the last question, which, as we have been talking about, Ukraine now is really, the cradle of military tech in Europe. And when there is eventually whatever type of peace it is, how does the industry pivot? How do we keep it safe and continue to nurture it even in a kind of post-war, whether or not it's a real ceasefire or peace? We want Ukraine to continue to be a world leader, and how would we do that? How would we make sure that they're a leading exporter, including to our region?
Yeah, as I said, Ukraine has proven that we can not just test drones, but we have huge experience. And I think together with Europe, our experience and your capability to produce this, we can work together and continue working on that and developing new technologies and work on that. Yeah, but again, as I said, a key here is not only on a technology or in tool. A key is how you use this. So this is the hardest part, and that comes from experience, and working together on this, we can figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I think the main thing is that we will still have to continue to support from the European side. It doesn't just stop once the war stops, and we need to be able to think about how to capitalize on that. Ivar, you want to respond? How do we make sure that we become still an agile world leader in terms of the military tech?
No, I think there is one good point to take is that the near future or even present is in unmanned systems also not one operator, one system, but it's one operator, many systems. So I think this is something that is driving in Ukraine also. And other part is also that I think also Ukrainian startup and defense tech companies that can have actual dual use cases, so that the tech that they are developing in some sense also fits to civilian world in the future. These companies have a better survival rate most likely. And in that sense, the best things and best technology and countermeasures to Russian threat is still developed in Ukraine. So we need them as long as we have Russia next to our east border. So there is always a possibility to look into this, and this is the key thing, what will help us most likely.
Ragnar.
No, I think that it again depends on the perspective. So what we have now entered is that robotics warfare is here. That's it. You cannot put drones or AI back to box and just forgot them on the corner because there is some random document signed by someone who has never in history followed any fucking agreement. That's it. Who we are fooling here? If you look history a little bit, the enemy have never in fucking history followed that. So that's the perspective. The perspective is that, I really liked when I met with Hartia Commander Colonel Obolensky. So we have to think about this is marathon. And we are just maybe in the first kilometer. So we have still 10 years, decade to go to work with what? How robotics warfare is changing national security. And how we can continuously prepare for the future risks. We should really forget whatever is those documents signed by, is it pushed by some. Okay, we are live feed. I cannot use that word.
I did ask you to be provocative. I think you are coming out with some good lines. But
indeed, there can be forces who force Ukraine to do something, but I believe it's not anymore visible because Ukraine is now quite independent with their weapons and so on. So we have to take it exactly that. What is the problem here? And robotics warfare is here. AI is here. Look just how China has developed humanoids. Which are doing backflips. Humanoids will be in the battlefield. They are already now, by the way. The question is how it's changing, so which means that we have fundamental reform, and all of those reforms takes decade to do. So which means that whatever happens, if there is some temporary document signed and ceasefire, it doesn't fundamentally fix the problem. And problem is we are not ready in civil societies in our countries for the new risks, and we have to work on that. That's it. What people don't realize is in Ukraine, the development speed is that I was talking with one drone company, which is working like a Bolt dashboard team. So Bolt CEO every morning receives dashboard, what happened yesterday, and he looks like 6 a.m. old show. There is a Ukraine-owned company which receives literally every mission information what happened yesterday, machine learning analysis, here is the outliers, here's what we need to improve. 24 hours is the development cycle in Ukraine. How we could build something similar when hot war disappears, we're still doing it. So that's the challenge what we are facing, and we should just be honest with risks, because if you prepare for risk, take care, those risks maybe will not basically happen. That's the way it is.
Well, as I said, I asked them to be a bit provocative. I think that we had some quite provocative perspectives. You know, I liked the line about this being kind of like a Ryanair sector rather than something that is driven by tech giants in some ways. I think agility is obviously still a big problem for the European Union, given how we are legislating, and we're also legislating differently across the EU, and we need to make that a bit quicker. I think there was some hope for, some positive elements. It's clear that obviously the turnaround time in Ukraine gives us all hope that we can do things in a more agile way if we absolutely need to. I think we touched a lot about the different perceptions across Europe, and that there are some good examples of how civil society, also civilian companies, and the military are working more together. So I really want to ask you to give them a round of applause. I think their expertise has been really interesting to listen to. And yeah, thank you very much for your time today.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Very good.
Super. Super. It's not working. Thank you, Alva, and the panelists for a very interesting panel here. Let's move on to the last panel of the day. This was more focusing on technology, but now we will focus on how do you prepare the people, how to get the will to defend on the highest level. And for this, I would like to welcome our next panel moderator, MP Yoko Alender, to the stage, please.
Yes, it is. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Very good. Thank you. And I, in turn, would like to welcome three great experts to start with the real hard cannons here. We have General Martin Herem, who is the former commander of the Estonian Defense Forces, where he played a pivotal role in modernizing our military capabilities. Please have a seat. Also responding to our regional challenges, and of course also taking the lessons from the war in Ukraine and into military strategy and capability development. And since 2024, he is now has served as the military strategy advisor at Milrem Robotics. Next, we have Taavi Kotka, who is an Estonian digital transformation leader and entrepreneur, best known as the architect of Estonia's e-residency program and former chief information officer, please. And now he has also turned his attention to national security by founding the Kuri Kotkas program, which I hope we will hear more from. It's exactly on our theme. And last but not least, Wojciech Przybylski, the editor-in-chief of the Visegrad Insight and president of the Respublika Foundation, a think tank. He leads the largest strategic foresight program on European policies in Central Europe. Yes. Let me have a seat. So this, in this panel, if in the last one we really talked about the hardware is not to any use if there isn't a software. And I think here we can also say that the people are the software. Previous panelist Ragnar Sass said we are not ready for the new risks, but are our people ready or not in their will and in their resolve? I think we can all agree that in Ukraine, the resolve of the Ukrainian people has made their efforts possible. So what can we do? to make our people ready. This readiness is probably also needed for war not to happen, for people to feel that we are one nation, that we are prepared to defend our country. But what does this readiness consist of? We as politicians, of course, are very much worried about the lot of polarization in society. We are worried about the level of trust. Estonians trust their data a lot. How can we build on this? And how can we keep this trust in the digitalization? Is there a role to play also there? So I would like us to set the scene, why defense willingness even matters. So why is it such a critical component? And I must, of course, start with you, Mr. Herem, if you will. How have you thought about the issue of willingness and why it does matter?
Yeah, I think first, we are more ready than whatever 3 years ago or 5 years ago. As a government, state, nation, military institutions, definitely we are more ready. At least we talk more. But it seems like it's a compulsory topic or it's a fashionable topic. It's rhetorics. And the willingness or the will to defend your country, I think it requires also the understanding how we're going to do it, that we have a possible success. We will not just fight against enemy and then we fall as a heroes, but we must see the result as well. And here, I think we do not prepare ourselves. We even don't know what we have to do. We talk about everything, but we don't. So the easiest thing is go to Ukraine and look in your own area of responsibility. Look what's happening there and ask yourself, am I ready in my area of responsibility? Maybe it's just my individual house or whatever, living house or Ministry of Defense, Energy, something. Am I ready for this situation? And next question, are there anything I haven't done what I can do so far? Because it's more than 4 years of war. I'm just coming back from Ukraine. I've been this year 3 times already. And with people, Estonians, I visit Ukraine, I'm surprised that these people are discovering things, what is very natural in Ukraine. And they have had this war 4 years, where we have been so long time. And that's why I say we are not ready. And that's why our will is very good in polls, in newspapers, among politicians. It's, wow. But actually, do we understand what we have to do? And the easiest thing is, take your building, whatever you work. Do you know how many sandbags you need in case of war? We don't need even put it to money, just count them. Or how many wooden plates we need to cover our windows because our glasses are broken, or something like this. Have we done this calculation? Mostly not. So do not talk about the high tech, which is we have to do also. But many people are worried about the high tech, about drone warfare. They should not worry at all. Leave it for people who are dealing with this and focus on your own area of responsibility. And here I finish, but I think here I am as a retired general, pensioner, reserve officer, but also the state, we must do much better stratcom, much better, because people who know or who is responsible, they must tell people what they have to do. If needed, then, I don't know, order.
Well, that's tough words, and I think it's a very good remark to look at your own field. And of course, in politics, we struggle, I think. And so far, I think we have been hugely successful in getting the defense spending where it needs to be, but also with a harsh price. And I think we as leaders also need new tools. And I recently heard this statement about leadership, this definition, which really spoke to me, that leadership is the distribution of loss at a pace that people can take. And you can add for something more, if you wish. So I wanted to ask you from Wojciech, you have been active in this field from the think tank side for a long time. How have you seen the issue of evolve over time, and also maybe regionally? I think in our region, we still have the grandmothers, the grandfathers who have been telling us the stories, we have felt it, but if you speak to your colleagues, we had also a Nordic event today in a house, a couple of houses away, and how you see this development.
I think that's an excellent optics that you bring forward in what you described as a nation so focused on pragmatic numbers. There are also things a little bit more elusive when it comes to grasping what it takes to preserve peace. And what it takes to preserve peace is the willingness to, at times, be at least prepared for war in the societal sense, because they're better experts on policy and military, definitely, than myself. It's about social construct, how democracies are set up. And especially this is a construct of democratic security that has been built in through the Cold War in most of European democracies outside of the Soviet Dominion, which linked the strive for democracies with making security a priority. These two are not easy to connect, perhaps as not easy as liberal and democracy elements. But they are necessary. And this is necessary through something more than numbers, because it is how do you measure will? I agree with what General said. You cannot do it simply by opinion polls. They are indicative, but then when a moment comes, then you only know what happens. And this is what you learn from Ukraine. It is also not giving us a lot of information to know the statistics, because at the same time, we know this is not all of Ukrainian society that is fighting. There is a critical mass of civil society, and I want there to estimate the number, but it's definitely not even half of the society that makes the victory of Russia impossible. They are in the supply chains, in the pressure groups, on the streets, not on the military front lines necessary only. And they cultivate something that is the will to be still a democracy, to be sovereign, not to be subdued to external takeover. And that is something hard to grasp, which I see in the civil society, in what we also call European values, that when they are believed and lived through individually in a large mass enough, they become the critical infrastructure of our defense posture. I'll illustrate it again through the Ukrainian experience. I think it was Associated Press that brought in the first months of the war, information about kill lists that Russian officers were found on when they were captured or died. These kill lists included lists of journalists, civil society leaders, lawyers, teachers. Why? Again, because in order to capture, in order to win over democracy, you need to capture this critical element. And I think we're talking about here exactly about this ability of institutional societal resilience that is manifested in so many ways, and where the memory and values are transmitted to a larger society, which goes beyond simply military, which is absolute necessary, which also carry the message and the direction for the political direction. And you can do it in many ways. We mentioned here newspapers and of course schools, but in many ways museums and the culture sphere Are the elements, if they are thought through and dedicated to the purpose, equally important in creating a zone of deniability to the enemy that wants to take over your society? I'll stop here. Perhaps we can have...
We will continue,
more
absolutely,
of a
on this,
discussion.
on different elements. Thank you. So, Taavi, you have actually taken the bull by the, how you say, we say in Estonian, that härjal sarvist. You are doing the thing, because as in the last panel it was stressed many times, war has changed and everybody can take part in a drone army, or anyone can take part. So tell us please a little bit about your project and what made you decide to move your, we all have 24 hours in a day, and you decided to take some of your hours and put them exactly there.
Estonian experience, let's say, from cybersecurity is that Estonians are not afraid of cyber threats. Why? Because we actually had the cyber war in 2007. It was heavily discussed in like national TV, like in newspapers, etc. Let's say if the hospital was just attacked, the experts explained like how the hospitals are protected. And in the end of the day, the maximum damage was, I think like one bank was down like 30 minutes or something. That was the maximum damage. But what we learned is that if there's a dark room and there can be snakes in that dark room, people are afraid to go in. But if you turn on the light and you see that there's no snakes, you are like willing to go there. Like the same here, I totally agree with the general that people don't know what to expect or what is the role in a case of conflict. And it's a dark room. And but like, can we turn on some lights? Like, can we tell them like maybe like you cannot be a drone pilot, but you can deliver food to the pilots, or like you can support them, or like you can build drones if needed. Like we heard from our Ukrainian friends that there might be need to adapt with 24/7, like change the way how you build them. So Estonia is a nation state. We truly want to protect our nation and our land. I see in the eyes of the people, we haven't done a lot. I agree, we should do more, but just give them a chance. So angry eagle, how we translate it, it's not evil. Evil is like something like bad. Angry is more like just angry. Angry eagle was created because civilians want to learn and understand the drone world. There are people who want to become pilots. There are people who want to become engineers. Nobody gave them an opportunity. So the Angry Evil program gives them an opportunity, and 100% let's say private sector basis, like which means that people pay for the courses by themselves, and like the money goes to the instructors and to buy drones. So there is no like third-party beneficiaries. And until now, we have more than 4,000 signups, and more than 1,200 people have already participated in at least one course. There are 5 different courses, 5 different levels. So the rate, like when we ask, like, do you want to come to the next course? The acceptance rate is 80%. And it's not like, once again, like people pay by themselves for these courses. It's not like government support. But it shows that there is a willingness to learn. And I think the comparison with the dark room is the best here. Like they want to understand what are their like I have like men who are more than 50 years old. After the second course, they have a chance to make an exam. We use the same Ukraine drone simulators. If they do enough killing during 10 minutes, like they get the T-shirt. And if they don't, if they like half of them are capable to do it in the end of the second course, half of them don't. But I see those old, like I can say old guys, like more than 50 years old guys going home. They're buying a remote control for themselves. They practice, and then they send me videos or like pictures when they achieve the goal, and to get the T-shirt again. Like so, It's a fancy one. But what we learned, I mean, our instructors are the pilots who actually have fought in frontline Ukraine, Estonians. With them, we compiled courses, and it's all Estonian Defense League and Estonian police instructors, certified instructors, who are giving these courses. I'm not giving the course. I'm just like mixing all this together, but they are giving the courses. Like, so it's let's do something.
Absolutely.
At least let's learn something.
Thank you for your work, and I do remember in 2022, especially, of course, with the full-scale invasion, how many of my friends and people I know, this was, I think, general feeling. I want to do something. What can I do? Can I join the Defense League? Can I do something? And I think, of course, also as a politician, I would also, in a way, almost like to learn now, in our turn, for the rest of the society from the defense field, because I think we would all, both fields would, this, if we talk about dual use in another way, that we could all build a better society if everyone knows their role, like you were saying, General, but they also feel they have a higher purpose within their nation, and that we together, every one of us, is the actual nation, and we have a responsibility. So how do you build that? I know the military, of course, has its own strategy and tactics in building this, that people know their role and still feel the bigger whole. But what, as a society now in a different role, do you think we should take from the military system?
I don't know if that will be the answer, but one of the most simplest thing is to explain to all Estonian population. If you belong to the reserve units, you have announcement in a pocket, you know your position, your task, then that's what you will do. If you are reservists and you do not have this wartime assignment, wait for call. If they will be wounded, killed, you'll be called, and that's your time. And then obviously you know your speciality anyway. Then there's a lot of people in police, in Defense League also maybe, who are supporting the fighting and so on. They know also what to do. And then we have hundreds of thousands of people who are, let's say, worried that I don't know what to do and I would like to contribute to our defense. In Ukraine, 25% of all people who could be mobilized are, it's called, we say, they are like freed from the mobilization because they have duty in society. Of course, there are some people who are buying this, yes, but not so many. There are people in energy who are heroes. There are people in police, in local government. You cannot mobilize them. There are people who are industry, who are repairing bicycles, for example. There must be, when soldiers are fighting the fight, back at home, somebody must repair the roof. And they must be also very fit constructors, actually. So that's what I have heard from Ukrainian soldiers. Not all of them, but many of them saying, we do not have to mobilize everybody from all over Ukraine. We need to stay a state. Somebody must clean the roads and repair the roads and repair cars, even in civil purpose. So, and this is something what we should send to our society. If you want to be a volunteer, join with Kuri Kotkas or something else. You'll be called when it's a time, or you go in first wave, doesn't matter. But you can be a hero just teaching children. And that's very important. And one more thing I realized actually during my last, I knew it before, but I want to bring it out again. People were talking here about the culture. So right now, we want to develop something, whatever capability, in medicine, in local government, whatever, and then we stuck with regulations. And then we stop there, and we are there like years. One example, Ukrainians have a lot of detectors, detects the flying drone. Chuika, for example, takes over the FPV drone picture or even Shahed picture. It's $500 in Ukraine. It's 1,000 in Estonia. You can buy it legally. It's okay. And I know Defense Forces, Defense League, they need it to play. 1,000 euros per one. They cannot buy it. Our regulations. That's stupid. I went to Ukraine in January. I bought it. Now I gave it to units and they play with this. But officially, we cannot buy it because of regulations. And obviously, you have met all the system with buying the parts of drone or whatever.
No, we actually have a problem that in Europe, not only in Estonia, but in Europe, you cannot chop anything, but we still teach them chopping.
Exactly. That's another thing. Our task today for many, I don't know, politicians, lawmakers is, to be honest, to take the risk and change regulations. Even today, like a shooting ranges. We talked today about the shooting ranges. There are crazy criteria, which were good maybe 10 years ago, where we were trying to avoid any incidents. But today we have to grow the mass. We must cancel it. We have to take the risk and change regulations to speed up some development. But we don't. We don't.
Yes, but that's a good point. I think also here we need to change regulations. We need not only political will, sometimes we also need cooperation between opposition and coalition to get support for some things, to not make them even more polarizing. So I think this is a good point to see. Also, if you look at European Parliament, it's exactly the same there. So if we can somehow agree that we are in a different situation from 10 years ago, it's not only about long-term safety, but it's about actual need for practice. But I want to talk with you about the regulations when it comes to the data, because I see here that we are entering a field where Estonians have so far had a lot of trust in the state with the data, maybe also because we didn't know the risks when we started this digital society, actually. But now we are seeing more and more it is coming up. We need to actually regulate also. So how to find this balance and to keep the trust? We had just today an article about this super database and how much the state should be able to do with the data. How are you seeing this? Have you dealt with this in the think tank also?
The job is far from being done, but I think what you're alluding to is the effort to regulate platforms and to regulate the unauthentic augmentation of public opinion for military purposes. I mean, we are in what NATO considers now cognitive warfare and what Trump has banned to call disinformation. But this is softening our societies and in preparation for submission. Now, we need a toolbox, which is also a legal toolbox, of course, that has been worked hard, I think, in cooperation with the stakeholders, with the platforms on the European level, that a number of countries, and here I'm sorry, I don't remember if Estonia has implemented DSA into its national legal framework. Is it implemented?
I'm not sure. Digital Services Act. Yeah.
Digital Services Act, which would help enormously to civilize the space and to have the toolbox on the national grounds to implement, with coordination of the economic actors, that is the mostly American big tech companies, how to avoid these traps that we, in a way, set out for ourselves, speaking of us as General West, if that exists, and the tech companies included. So I think, this is not a perfect tool. This is not a solution for all troubles, but definitely I see that we are quite advanced in design of how to cope with that. And the question is then, of course, to what extent it has been implemented. I can report it's unfortunate, not the only decision I disagree with coming to the Polish president, who vetoed this implementation in Poland recently. We have a president whose main mission in life apparently is to veto any regulation. But that has come unfortunate, because of course in Poland there is an active, and Poland, speaking of our earlier topics, is one of the countries that, like in many other Central Eastern European, not all, definitely feels from the experience, from the cultural heritage or history as part of culture, the deep culture, that we are of similar mindset when thinking how to react as a society to different levels of threats. But this is being actively worked on, and this is being recognized by our adversaries, by our enemies, who want to dissolve the elements of political will. So that would be, on my part, the answer to your direct question about regulating data. That alone, of course, the regulation is not alone. I think there is a bit of a complacency in a number of societies that have not undergone crisis that Tavi has described about what we can do, and hands off the digital, the level of digital literacy simply is also another issue. To what extent are you holding control over your own digital destiny in many ways? And we hear great stories about Estonia. I don't know if they're true, but the Estonians are much more aware, at least, of how you access your data, what do you do with your data. I think in a number of societies there is a general fear of data as such, as people simply don't know how to deal with their own data.
But I think also, Tavi, maybe to continue from this, it's not only about the platforms, and of course we do lots of things digitally, but this also creates lots of data. And I think we are also a really transparent country. All data is quite visible. So how should we also regulate this?
No.
Not at all. It should be
come
kept
on,
like
let's.
And we should have all, for example, if you take like hydrants, we should have all the hydrants on the map so that everyone can.
No, I mean
look
we have already.
We have. I know we have. That's why I ask. Should we have?
I will disrupt. We have a topic, defense willingness. So let's talk about that. So let's focus. I mean, if you want to talk about transparency, data. In Estonia, we have a good thing. It's that the core government digital infrastructure is there.
Mm-hmm.
And we have enough smart engineers who don't and hasn't allowed politicians to screw it up.
Mm-hmm.
And you won't. Mm-hmm. So whatever you do in Riigikogu, like any shitty idea will be killed, I can promise you. So we can stop there. And we can stop and we can pack the super data with whatever topic you want to talk.
And you don't think this will actually affect? My point is this will affect people's willingness.
No.
Because when Estonians do trust the data,
we don't allow. I mean, the engineers, like in the history, let's say, the biggest the first defense line of e-election is not Reformierakond. The first defense line in e-election is engineers. The first defense line of digital signature or our national identity are engineers, not the politicians. Because we understand that if it's screwed up, like the whole society is not able to work in any way, like in current terms. So we can stop there. I think that area, the digitalization part, that area is protected.
Okay.
My question is when we talk about defense willingness, we started with the Kurikotkas, like Angry Eagle things, 1st of November. We train 250 people per month, with our small resources. Before that 1st of November, if somebody asks me, are people ready to protect the country in the same way like Ukraine is doing? My personal answer would have been no. I mean, comparing Estonian willingness to defend the country, let's say with Finns, how much they are more ready, because they were not in NATO, they knew that they have to be surviving by themselves, etc. In Estonian case, we more look at NATO, okay, I mean, if something happens, NATO will come. But the first thing is not no, either if it comes or doesn't come, we will hit them to the face. Definitely, I wouldn't like, let's say, if somebody asked me this question, like, do you believe in this? Then yeah, maybe believe, like publicly I believe, but inside I don't believe. After 1st of November, after starting these courses, seeing these ordinary people gathering, learning new skills, even though they might not be needed in the case of war, but willingness to learn, like willingness to contribute, my opinion has changed. Yes, this is
In a
just an
positive
opinion.
way.
In a positive way,
Yes.
yeah. But this is still an opinion because we are not there. We don't have enough firearms at home. We don't have enough people who have actually shoot something at range. Like we don't have enough drones, like etc. But at least I see the willingness to go there. And again, like in the case of conflict, like we are small nations, so like we have to hit back like quickly and hard, which means that we have to get more people like from the first day to be doing something useful. So I slightly disagree that like we have also need teachers and etc. Like yes, we need them, but most probably we need them like to hit back like from the first day, which needs like skills and etc. etc. So let's focus on defense willingness, and I would say it like I believe way more than I believed before the 1st of November, but we still have not like many things to do because it's not enough. The willingness is not enough by itself. Like you need skills, you need hardware, like you need logistics, supporting infrastructure, proper guidance, proper stratcom. I totally agree with this. Like so, but at least I start to believe into the willingness.
But those people who came to you, they had the willingness.
I mean,
so
like
in that sense, that
can
group
see
is
that
maybe not representative. How about the willingness of the young people who actually have to go into the defense forces? How do you see the willingness there? Of course, we have the data. We know many of them are not physically fit to do it. But how have you seen this evolve? You have talked about it a lot, I know, during your time as general also. And I still believe that cohesion and trust has a huge role to play in the build-up of the willingness. But maybe then to stick to these more concrete.
Now I'm coming to the positive part. And it's not the result of campaign. And I'm starting from a bit different place. 2022, January, our government gave to military 300 million for ammunition. 300 million. At the same time when this decision was made, or a few days later, the teachers were on the street asking the rise of salary, and what they actually needed was, let's say it was 10 million, approximately this. During this 1 month of discussion, I heard no one single time somebody saying, take this money from ammunition to teachers. That shows the readiness of or willingness of society. Secondly, the support to reservists who are coming to the refreshment training. I don't know what it is right now, 60% above of employers keep paying some kind of salary. It's not result of campaign. Even the Minister of Defense is doing this campaign, and that's the right thing, but it started before that. Again, I feel something, I don't know, it's not crying yet, but in my throat, that's so good. It gives us very, very good base. And then the conscription has grown all the time. By the way, the Finns took to conscription 75% of young people. At the same time, we did 40. Now it has grown above, I think, 50 or something. And it is not campaign, because we started to change, actually, conscription to understandable state service or education, whatever. We dropped out all kind of discipline elements, which was discipline, but was not understandable for citizens. They went through the conscription, they went back home and said, the lieutenants and generals are idiots. Why we did this, I don't know. Now they can explain. We are far away where I would like to see it, but we are much better. And then, just the figures, we say that young people are not, fit and their health is very, very, whatever, weak. 2016, approximately 20% of conscripts didn't end the conscription. They had the health problem. 20%. It's like 600 people every year were not suitable to end this. 2 years ago, it was somewhere 5%. What's happening? Was it like our young people are healthier? No. The conscription is more understandable. So people who have some kind of problem in knee or whatever, they decide that, okay, I have to do it. It's useful for me or useful for society or my country. I'll continue. I will not use this escape way through the pain in my knee or something like this. And these are some elements in our country which we can always show to others. Really, I would say for most of NATO countries. The Finns are exception and some others still, but that's something, the basis where we can start to build everything. And everything, I mean, Southern Korea or Israel.
But politicians usually, they need some kind of KPI. This makes it easier for them to adjust the policy creation. I think one of the ideas, like about the KPI, well, just to add to you, is that, like, in Finland, like they believe that they can kick back even if nobody helps them. So and I think that's a good KPI also for us. If the country starts to believe that, like, if somebody comes or doesn't come, we still can kick back. If we have this like attitude in society, then we have reached the level of defense willingness.
But it's put to brutal way. If they come, we burn down everything behind them and we kill every single one who is crossing the border. And that's what they say in families, in military service, everywhere. What we talk is, let's deter, let's prevent.
Exactly.
No, we have to prepare for killing, burning, all this.
I mean, but that's what, like, when we reach that, like, attitude, then we are there. We're not there yet, but then we're there.
I think we are now, we came very much into the Estonian context, but going around, we all know we are very, it's important for us how our allies are doing, how European Union is doing, how our European friends on all the European countries are doing, and their willingness actually also matters to the whole strength of Europe. So listening to you wanting everyone feel this, that yes, we can take them on. It's a great goal. And I think if the Finns have really done it, it has taken them a lot of years and a lot of also, they are very realistic in their expectations. That's why they are so happy. So I think let's take that with us. But we know that in many countries there is no conscription. There is a huge, even I would say, fear of having conscription when it is discussed. So how are you seeing this debate in Europe? The willingness of the people there to take decisions. They are not feeling it as physically as we. Maybe in the end of parties when a couple of bottles of wine has been drunk, they don't discuss will you stay or will you go. So how are you seeing this in the other regions?
The acuteness of the issue has been demonstrated by Mr. General here. I think that it is also understood also at this panel that it has geographical distribution. The further from the enemy front lines, the less intense or reliable this answer is. And when push comes to shove, I'm sure in every family, even in southern Italy, they are very capable of having a similar discussion at the family table. But the reality of our countries, which are allied countries, and they are necessary to provide a long-term support in order for the situation not to happen, is that in some countries, indeed, we have a critical issue with the public opinion and the young population that needs active leadership. And fortunately, in a number of countries, we're seeing that, to respond to what is one of the lowest level of positive answer to such a question. Will you defend your country? We're looking to the southern parts of Europe, and we're looking at it with quite a dread in terms of their willingness and participation. Moreover, this is not just military service itself. But this is about policy, because you very pointed out that will to fight is one thing, but then we have government policies which are about money and equipment and technology that is necessary to prepare for what might be happening. And then there is the war situation for which the military leaders are responsible, which has an element of chance, which has an element of also, you know, how it's, you never know what it will happen on the battlefield, but for which you need to have the implementators who know how to deal with this unpredictable situation. But in order to develop this, to reach that goal, you need public opinion support for the effort itself. Now, in countries around Europe, in the European Union, our allies, NATO allies, we have situations like that there are civil society groups that campaign against the armament, against the critical component. And this is what, fortunately, we don't see it in Poland. Fortunately, we didn't see it this weekend in Czech Republic when we had 200,000 people strong demonstrations, among others, against against the government of Czechia limiting the spending on defense. But in countries like Italy, we have had a campaign, public and very visible campaigns among young people saying no to rearm Europe because we want Erasmus. And these campaigns are building up political momentum or are limiting the political ability to prepare the critical element out of three that I mentioned, which eventually may jeopardize military preparedness itself. And that is so critical to work in this dimension of civil society, public opinion, and yes, including, yes, teachers and so on. I'm very happy with the case that you provided on the teachers when they demand their own space and they're not conflicted with the consensus on defense spending. And because I understood, at least, that was the case that you brought up in the public. But that is, again, something that we need to look beyond our own borders. And we have responsibility to that, to our own people, to make sure that our allies are changing this environment as much as possible. Of course, our limits, I mean, we don't have the ultimate influence over the others, but we can demand at least from political leaders to voice it up to other political leaders in other countries as an important issue. And again, through panels like this, to elevate, you know, the arguments to you and to say, you speak to your counterparts from the same party or friendly groups across Europe, just raise it up. And you have the mandate to do it.
Absolutely. And
I have a question here, sorry. Like, I'm a practical person. Like, one thing is that politicians just talking. Like, we see this talking now and then. We see Hungary blocking everything, like, even though, like, we beg them, we try to punish them, whatever, like, they still, like, veto everything. As a person, I was like the Hungarian company reached me and asked like for collaboration, and I simply answered them that I don't work with Hungarians until you don't overthrow your corrupt government. And they wrote me back saying like we are not political company and and I said like but you are human, and until you don't give the gold reserve to Ukrainians, like there's no chance that I do any collaboration with Hungarians. Like, I should have the same kind of attitude towards Belgians because they hugely benefit from the Russian wealth, like which they could give to Ukraine, but like they don't. Like so, like one thing is to just politically talk. Another thing is start acting, which means that let's say no business relations with the countries who don't understand this problem.
Yeah, but if I may, just directly to that. Political action means talking.
Yeah, and I understand, but like,
and political.
I think Taavi is also a politician, so he knows this role also quite well.
and the feature.
Don't mix local politicians.
No, but the feature of talking makes also decisions that are real life decisions. I mean, from decision to strike or not strike someone militarily, but even more importantly, to spend or not spend money or adapt or not adapt the law. In Poland, we just had a unfortunate polarized debate about adoption of the mechanism, the funding mechanism that is to the benefit of defense. And all of a sudden, we have a polarized debate on whether and how to fund ourselves the best way. So, I mean, talk and discourse is the essence of, you know, convincing
My
the
question
others.
is like, on top of talking, maybe the private sector should start, like, that's what my question, like, so,
Absolutely, but you are very right. We are actually, I don't, of course, it's, I should be asking the questions here, but I think actually the point where we break our society in Estonia is exactly where we draw those lines. We are business, you are politicians. You are doing politics by saying to that Hungarian company that I don't deal with you. And as long as we don't all do politics in this way with our actions, that far we won't have the cohesion in this society, because we don't all feel that we are the actual nation. As much as every politician, every businessman, every teacher, every kid going for conscription, they are as much the state. And with every action, they also do politics, I believe at least. But to go to maybe to the future also, if you could, you were quite positive. You actually were quite positive in your outlook on the willingness of the Estonian people. And I must say also, I remember when the change in conscription was done, for example, so that you could go with your classmates together. A great thing. And I think this shows really adaptive leadership. You really found the common ground with these young people going into conscription. But if there was some things that we could prioritize in raising this willingness, even more so, both in Estonia, but we could also talk to our peers in the other countries, what were the things you could prioritize? What else would you want?
Yes. Okay, the one thing is, just an example. It was 2 years ago, whenever Mark Rutte was assigned to a position of NATO Secretary General. And in January, I think it was 25, yes, 25. He made a speech in Brussels. I was there were a lot of reserve officers, generals. And he said, you know, we should be worried a lot because when they stop in Ukraine, then 3 years and they may come to us, and applause. Serious thing. At the same time, we heard different heads and intels talking about 2 years, 5 years, and also here in Estonia. And then we go back to rooms and we talk about developments. There are countries saying, we are going to grow our 10,000 reservists to 20,000 in 2035 or 40. The budgets, the same. The developments, the same. We talk about the smart defense, IAI and all this. Sorry, but bloody orcs are coming tomorrow with axes and will kill you. So if you are not ready for tomorrow, don't talk about this. And that's something what we have to talk to people. In Europe, in Western Europe, I've been told by many nations just less than a year ago, we cannot talk. We cannot talk in society because, you know, we have different society. You have different society only because you do not talk. And that's a problem. 10 years ago, men in BDU, bold, like I was as a child, couldn't go to Estonian media and say, you know, the war may come and all this. What it was 4 years ago, I was on Sunday morning in a family talk show, Hommik Anuga, and was talking about the war. What happened? Was there a panic? No. So that's what we have to do. And I'm not saying that I did something very good. That's what we do here in Estonia. And they do in Finland a bit different way, and Latvia and Lithuania as well, and in Poland. But the rest of West, the state defense or military, it's a business for military. For politicians maybe, but that's it. So I think people must understand that you may stay in your calmness there next decade, but you will lose some allies and partners from East, us. We may disappear and you are next. Your grandchildren will be next. That's the point.
But I have seen through these years, I used to live in Sweden in 89 to 99, and even in Sweden I have actually seen a change also among the general public. So I think things are still happening. And I think we can all also do the work there. But for you, Tavi, what would be the priorities? What would you say? What should we do to raise the willingness even more?
Like I said, I like this goal that if you ask like an ordinary Estonian, in a case of war, can we hit back? I want that like overall opinion in Estonia is that yes, we will hit back. We will hit back hard, and without hoping that like we will be saved by like NATO like tomorrow. I know it's like hard to believe goal, but like I truly want to like public opinion being this that like we believe to ourselves like with the help of Ukrainians etc. That we learn from them, we study from them, and then we can hit back.
And I think the world is helping us in this exercise, forcing us almost. But what are the steps to get there? I think it's a good goal. Have you any ideas?
I mean, like already said, like the budget's almost there. Like now, just we have to arm ourselves to the teeth, and also, let's say, we have to learn and study and adopt with the modern warfare, which is to say towards the general. I'm not sure that our defense forces are according to the latest, how to say, capabilities.
How about you? Yes.
So, first of all, we should have this caveat in mind that not every country can become Finland, actually, so every country in their own capacity. But we can still demand and advocate for something more from the leadership point of view in every country, and especially in the European Union, to which each country has here influence on. Currently, in the European discourse and strategies and paperwork and the talk, which is important, we have a disconnect. There are civil society strategies, there is defense of democracy, and it's completely disconnected in policies related to armaments, to defense, also in the narrative, in the language. And I think what needs to be done is to make sure that our political leaders, including Commission President and many others in the European Parliament and the Commission, speak about these two issues in interconnected way. We need civil society to be on board for defense, not for their particular, for different civil society, beautiful, important ideals, but also to make sure that civil society actors are there for the defense purpose. But at the same time, when looking into the sector of defense and armament, this needs to acknowledge that this is being done in the name of democracy and the civil society actors. There needs to be more from the top of this Finnish idea of whole society approach that connects the two spheres, because otherwise we're going to be constantly, having a lot of this, and not in Estonia, and I see it also demonstrated by your remarks at the panel, but in many other countries and across Europe overall, a bit of a disconnect and a bit of haggle instead of strategic focus, that we're doing both civil society and industry for the purpose of maintaining our freedoms and liberties also through defense.
Yes. So because this panel is about all of us, I just wanted, before we end, is there anyone who has a question which you would like to put to the panelists in the audience after this long day? Any brave hands? Yes, please. Gentleman there. So we have a microphone. And please, if you may, say where you're from and who you would like to ask.
Yeah, hello. My name is Evgen. I'm from 2nd Corps Khartia, National Guard of Ukraine. A lot of very good thoughts were here about the will to kill and destroy the enemy. That is kind of something different than just stop enemy, about preparation of population. Actually, I heard a lot of good thoughts today. Didn't heard maybe about tactical medicine, because as you said before, you have really small number of population compared to the possible enemy, and to save as more lives as possible is very important. In Ukraine, before the war started, there were a lot of civil courses, like chaotic, different courses from everyone, to teach people how to set up a tourniquet, how to stop bleeding, about march protocol. How do you work with this in Estonia? Do you prepare people for this?
Yes, I think we do quite a lot. Maybe a short remarks about the Defense League, about the different teachings, also in the schools.
I think most important is that we have the War and Catastrophe Medicine Center dealing with this. We started to train Ukrainians 2015. Now Ukrainians are teaching us, and they provide courses. All Estonian, or most of Estonian nurses and doctors are going through their courses. That's compulsory for them. It's not excellent, I mean, the situation right now. But I would say we are not in a bad situation in this. The whole structure, how to provide medical support, there are a lot of things to do. And I know exactly how much better it is done today in Ukraine. I've seen it from very, very close. But overall, I think that our medicine is in better situation than capability of killing enemy. Sorry.
Yeah, actually, question was not about like nurses, doctors, about the regular civilians.
Overall.
Overall, yes. So it's like, so by NATO standard, we have like tactical medicine for all service members. In Ukraine, yeah, we think that all service members mean all population. Of course, we have some kind of differences for the civilian medicine, because when you are in the city, you have absolutely different time ranges for the march protocol. So you need kind of another protocol for that. But everyone should know how to stop bleeding, about stable positions of the body to not cause death, and etc.
Far away from where you are, but we have some solutions at least.
I think that's a very good point, actually, to take away from here, that it's not only about the will, also about the skills, and they're not only the military skills and your own profession skills, but also the medical skills in an emergency crisis war situation.
Yeah,
and
the last remark was a very good point, that when people have skills, they will have much more confidence, and confidence can create the will to defend. Because without confidence, when you're not sure that you can do that, of course, there was a moment when a lot of people in Ukraine just, we don't know how, but we will try to do that. But when we talk about the full-scale invasion, when you have really a lot of people, not the core bravest people that can do that without any skills just because they should do this. But creating the skills will create the will later for the really huge amount of population. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a really good, actually, I almost created this circle to conclude in my mind that we do have quite a lot of will in Estonia. We have to provide the skills. Then comes the confidence that Davi was asking for, and then the will increases even more. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the audience. I'm not sure, will we have some concluding words for the whole day? Yes, we will. Thank you from my side. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Yoko and the panelists for concluding words of the conference today, and for a look forward, I would like to give the floor to Minister of Defense of Estonia, Mr. Hanno Pevkur.
So everyone, all the brave ones who are still here, first of all, thank you very much for attending. I believe that when we talk about defense and security, then one of the things we have to understand is that we've entered into the turbulent times, and these turbulent times will be not very short. When you're flying on the airplane, then normally it takes 1-2 minutes and then it will be stabilized. Now we've been in these turbulent times for more than 4 years, for Ukrainians for more than 10 years, and we still are not very sure when it ends. And also the political view and the political landscape has changed a lot. And I would say that the biggest word to describe the politics today, in the world politics today, is the unpredictability. And when we talk about the unpredictability, then for me there are certain markers and a couple of things we have to keep in mind. First, I believe that when we talk about transatlantic relations, then the most important thing is to keep the unity. That was also my message in Washington last week, that it's not the time to destroy the bridges, it's the time to build the bridges and to keep the unity, because when we are not keeping the unity, then this is exactly that what Russia has always, or at least last decades, strived for, is to dismantle NATO, to divide Europe, to divide Western allies, and also with that to divide Ukraine from Europe. And this is why I believe that we really need to focus on keeping the unity, and we cannot change the past, but we can change the future. So we cannot change that Ukrainian soldiers and Ukraine's people have to defend their freedom already more than 10 years. We cannot change that Russia decided in one moment to move from the Crimean conflict to the full-scale invasion to Ukraine. We cannot change that the American leadership, together with Israelis, decided to start a military operation in Iran. This is what it is. We need to find solutions. And starting from Ukraine, this is the topic of our unity and the topic of our understanding how we describe the world. So for us, it has always been important that we as liberals, we believe in liberal democracy. We believe that people have the right to say what they want to have. We believe that freedom of movement, freedom of press, freedom of trade, this is something which comes first, and then the regulations have to regulate that. Unfortunately, many dictators don't believe that. And this is why all the dictators in the world are looking very closely at the moment what is happening in Ukraine. What is the end result of Ukraine? What is the end state of Ukraine? Does the Ukrainians have the say what they want to do in the future? Do they want to be in European Union? Do they want to be in NATO? Or they are forced to agree on something? And this is why our support to Ukraine is the vital part of our collective security and also the Euro-Atlantic zone security. And this is the vital part of that, either to build the bridges or to destroy the bridges. Second part regarding the US and Iran relations. It is important for us to be with our allies. So we were together with our allies after 9/11. Was not easy. Was it easy for all the allies to say that we will go together to Afghanistan? No, it wasn't easy. But that doesn't mean that we are not standing for these values. And we are not standing together with our allies. Is it comfortable? No, it's not comfortable. But we need to find the ways how to be together with our allies. Because in one moment, we might need to have our allies together with us. And also when we talk about Ukraine, I've always said in the West that when we discuss that, what is the end state or what are the options, then I always asked people to ask from themselves one question. Do we want to have 700,000 army on our side or on the other side? And then all the other questions, should we help Ukraine? How much should we help? Should we send some kind of specific weapon systems or not, are irrelevant, because we know that we need to send and we need to help Ukraine as much as we can. And it is the same also at the moment in US-Iran conflict, in a way that for us it is important to solve that question. Because Straits of Hormuz are putting the tensions to all of us and pressure to all of us because of the oil prices, fertilizers, gas prices. And it's also the question of freedoms. What I also said during the panel, that it's the freedom of navigation, freedom trade. This is the question, and also the question of the ship holders or ship owners and insurances. So we are standing at the crossroads at the moment, and we have to be very clear that the Western unity and standing for these values is something what is striving us, what is extremely important for the liberals to support, and this is why we also have to understand that this is the reason we are investing into our own defense more than 5%. So when you take the NATO treaty, Washington Treaty, then Washington Treaty doesn't say much about that, how much you need to invest into defense, but it says clearly in Article 3, which comes before Article 5, that first and foremost you have to invest into your own defense. And then comes Article 4, which means consultations, and then comes only Article 5, which means that one for all for one principle is for the all NATO members. So I believe that for us to take also from today is that when we spoke here about the defense willingness, about defense industry, about the security policy situation globally, then for us the main takeaway is still that we are standing for the same values. And I was redefining also maybe for myself the meaning of Article 5 in the NATO treaty, and that is not to defend or not to protect or not to fight for the countries. Article 5 means that we are fighting and we are defending the values, democratic values, the liberal democracy, and we are defending the values. And even though there are some bumps and holes in the road of relations between US and Europe, I would say that it is our job to overcome these bumps and holes, only because of that we have the same goal, and the same goal are goals are these values we are standing for. So this is why for me the Article 5 has become a bit has become a bit different when you talk about the understanding of Article 5. But I do believe that we are ready for that. I do believe that the resilience in different countries is only growing. We see that also from different polls we have. We see that the people's readiness, people's willingness to defend the country, at least in our neighborhood, is very high. But one thing we also have to understand and remind ourselves every single day that freedom is never granted. You have to fight for the freedom, you have to stand for the freedom, and that means that every single day you need to work on that to keep these values alive, because we've entered also politically in the times of polarization. We see how quickly some very either left wings or right wings, like extremists, want to divide societies, and they are trying to put us into the situation that that these values, what keeps us together, are not so important anymore, but they are. So this is why, once again, thank you very much for thinking along, for being here today, and I believe that when everybody or everyone had at least one good idea from today, then the conference was already successful, and it is our job to continue that journey, keeping democracies alive and keeping transatlantic relations as good as they can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hanno. And now it's Finn, the end. And I would like everybody to join us for a networking event just right next door in a room named Brussels, where we can talk about security in a more relaxed environment. So thank you to everybody, and see you in the future. And let's hope, or let's act that our future will be a little bit more secured. Thank you.